All right, let's go on the record. We're back on the record outside the hearing and presence of the jury with counsel and Mr. Apodaca present. Good morning, everyone. We'll continue with testimony this morning. Are there any preliminary issues for the state?
Not from the state, Judge.
For the defense?
Nothing for defense, Your Honor.
Okay. And so we'll have order of, what is the order of witnesses for the day?
Well, we will start with the cross and redirect of Sergeant V. Hill, then Kiara McCauley, and then we'll end with Dr. Wellner. Dr. Wellner, as you know, is our expert witness. We're asking that he be able to be present in the courtroom while Kiara McCauley testifies, as that may inform his opinions in the case. And he's an expert forensic psychiatrist.
Any objection?
I would object to this, Judge. I think the witness exclusion rule should apply to him. It should to all the witnesses. He should have reviewed what he needs to review for testimony. So I would ask that he be excluded.
Ms. Murphy?
The exclusionary rule does not necessarily extend to experts. In fact, it often does not. Expert witnesses are kind of set aside from lay people, sort of like case agents as well, and are expected to have more expansive knowledge and be less likely to be influenced by things they may see or hear. Additionally, given that his testimony relates directly to Kiara McCauley and Isaac Apodaca, it's within his purview as a forensic psychiatrist to consider the things that they may testify to in formulating his opinions on the case. So it's relevant and permissible.
And Judge, just to let the court, put the court on notice, I do intend to ask Dr. Wellner also about coercive interrogation tactics, as I'm going to cross-examine the detective with. So I just want to put that out there, but I don't have anything further for the court in regards to that issue.
The motion to exclude is denied. He's allowed as an expert to listen to the testimony. And then you have ample opportunity to cross with respect to any testimony or opinions he may render. Okay, we'll be in recess. We'll get the jury in here and we'll get started. Need you back up on the stand?
Yes, Your Honor.
May be seated in the courtroom. Let's go back on the record. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Attorneys and I have met. We've got a pretty full day, so we're going to get started immediately. We continue where we left off yesterday. Cross-examination, counsel.
Yes, Your Honor. Right. Good morning, Detective.
Hey, good morning, sir. Good morning, everyone.
We had a long day yesterday.
Yes.
Thanks for coming back. Detective, you advised Mr. Apodaca at the beginning of the interview that he was essentially not considered a suspect, correct?
That's correct. At that time and at that point in the interview, I had no indication that he was a suspect.
Okay. And you had stated he had done nothing wrong, correct?
At that time, that was what I knew.
And in fact, you were even talking about Halloween plans with him, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You, though, believed him to be a suspect, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
You believed him to be a suspect as the interview progressed, or from the onset of the interview?
I didn't believe him to be a suspect until we got the consent to go through his phone, and I started seeing some of the messages that indicated that he might have had further involvement than I originally knew about.
Okay. At what point during the interview, Detective, did Mr. Apodaca's status change from non-suspect to suspect in your assessment?
I would say approximately in the second video that we watched yesterday, where we're going through his phone and we're manipulating it together, and I start to see certain aspects of the messages that are not consistent with his statement and start reflecting or indicating that he had some knowledge of what was going to happen before the homicide was committed. That's when my opinion changed.
Okay. And Detective, you told Mr. Apodaca the interview was more information gathering and just trying to have a conversation, correct?
Yeah, pretty much all police interviews are information and fact gathering. We're trying to figure out what happened.
And it would be safe to categorize this police conversation as an interrogation, correct, Detective?
No, I would classify it as an interview.
Okay, and we'll get to that in a bit. But at the time you made the statements, had you already reviewed, or that at the time that Mr. Apodaca made the statements, had you already reviewed the messages between Mr. Apodaca and Ms. McCauley discussing what they were discussing?
Can you clarify the time frame that you mean?
Towards the middle of the interview, maybe after the first break?
After the first break, I had not manipulated the phone whatsoever. It wasn't until I obtained the written consent from Mr. Apodaca and he informed me that there was no password on his phone that we opened the phone together. And those messages, as you see them played on the interview of part 2, was my very first time seeing those messages.
Okay. And you asked Mr. Apodaca to be truthful and told him you would be upfront with him, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And when you told Mr. Apodaca you didn't do anything wrong multiple times during the interview, you didn't necessarily believe that statement to be true, correct?
So if you're referring to the first portion of the interview, at the conclusion of it, when I tell him, hey, I don't feel like you did anything wrong, that was genuinely how I felt at the time. I even told him, from what I can tell, and those are the key words, from what I can tell, you have been completely honest with me. It wasn't until the second interview where we're going through the phone that that evidence showed dishonesty, in my opinion. Okay.
And when you obtained consent to search Mr. Apodaca's phone by telling him it would help get his phone back sooner rather than later, that was somewhat of an interrogation tactic, correct?
No, not at all. So, and we can replay the interview if you'd like, sir. But I tell Mr. Apodaca, don't quote me directly, but I tell him I want to make sure you have all the information so you can make an informed decision. And I let him know with our phone, if we do end up getting a search warrant, this is the process for it. This is the timeline for it. If you give consent, this is the process here. Here's the paperwork. Take as much time as you like to review it. I would want the same thing if I were in his shoes. I would want all the information possible before I make a decision about what's going to happen with my personal property.
Okay. And you didn't tell Mr. Apodaca that obtaining a search warrant versus consent would affect or not affect whether criminal charges would be filed against him, correct?
No, I did not feel that was appropriate, and Mr. Apodaca did have a right to counsel, which was covered in the advisement of rights at the very beginning of the interview with him.
Okay. And Mr. Apodaca had stated that he was scared and wanted to go to his parents' house, correct?
I'm not sure exactly what part of the interview that was in.
But he did communicate that during the interview, correct?
Maybe something like that, but I can't remember the context or exactly what was said at this time.
Okay. And Detective, when you first met Isaac on that day during what I characterize as an interrogation on October 29, 2022, you explicitly told him, I have no reason to believe you to be a suspect right now, correct?
Yes, as we covered at the beginning of the interview, the first part, before we got into the messages that showed some conflictions with the facts of the case that I'd learned to that point, at that point, I did have no reason to believe he was a suspect, but things change in the course of the interview.
And Detective, you've done many of these interviews, interrogations, conversations, whatever you want to call them, with suspects and persons of interest, correct?
Yes, I would classify them as interviews, yes.
You have a rough idea of how many you've done?
To this point in my career or to that point in that date of the incident?
Okay, and you would consider yourself good at what you do, correct?
Yes, I would.
Okay. And generally speaking, lying is a tactic in police interrogations, correct?
Lying can be a tactic within police interrogations. In my experience, that is a risky maneuver and can be something that disrupts the trust between yourself and whoever you're speaking with within the interrogation or interview, rather. It's not something that I would commonly or frequently lean on as a practice.
Okay. Now, you reiterated to Mr. Apodaca, as far as you could tell from everyone you had talked to, he had not done anything wrong, correct?
Again, I feel like we keep saying the same question over and over again, but at the time of the first interview, I did not believe he had done anything wrong. It wasn't until the second interview where we came across the messages where my opinion changed.
Okay, but what I'm trying to get at is you communicated to him and you made it known to him that he did not do anything wrong, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
Sustained.
Okay, I'll move on. You observed firsthand that Isaac was kind of freaking out, for lack of a better phrase, and visibly scared?
At what point, sir?
I mean, throughout the interview, but it's only as the interview was progressing.
Can you clarify what you mean by freaking out?
That he was kind of panicking, he was a little anxious, he was nervous.
I would agree that he was anxious and nervous, which is a common behavior by people being interviewed. They can sometimes be nervous about what's happening. I would imagine especially so if they have any guilt on their conscience at all. But as far as any anxiety, I would say no. I think at one point in the interview, I even offered Mr. Apodaca an ambulance or medical care if he ever felt like he needed it, which he never requested.
Okay. And without going into anything that Ms. McCulley had stated in her interview, Kiara McCulley, their interviews were a stark contrast as far as demeanor is concerned, correct? Isaac's and Kiara's? Safe to say that Kiara was pretty even-keeled, not as anxious or concerned as Mr. Apodaca appeared to be?
I would not say that. I would say they both had their own separate demeanors that were unique in their own ways.
Okay. Now, Isaac agreed to do the interview, correct?
Yes, he did.
Isaac spoke to you, obviously, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Eventually, throughout the interview, Isaac denied hurting Kiara, correct? Or hurting Grace, correct?
Yes, throughout the entirety of the interview, from what I can recollect and from watching the video yesterday, at no point did Isaac ever say that he directly harmed the victim, Grace.
Okay. And Isaac remained cooperative throughout the investigation?
Define cooperative, sir.
I mean, he didn't ask the lawyer up. He basically answered all of your questions.
He did not request an attorney. He did answer all my questions. Now, he did not answer all the questions truthfully, which can be a form of
So if we can
not being cooperative.
So Detective, if we can just limit it to what, my question is, my question is, Isaac didn't refuse any questioning, correct? Yes or no?
He did not refuse any questioning.
Okay.
No.
On the second part of the interview he did with you, essentially cooperated throughout, I don't know, about the hour and a half, hour, 40 minutes of that interview, correct?
Until the point where he was lying about the messages, then he was uncooperative.
So, Detective, what I'm trying to ask is, he did not refuse to answer questions, and he never got confrontational during the questioning, correct?
Yes, if that's the question, he answered all questions and did not become confrontational.
Okay, and Detective, are you familiar with the Reed technique of interrogation?
No, I'm not. I'm familiar with it, but I have not gotten any formal training in the read technique.
Okay. Do you understand that that is a technique that is used by detectives around the country in regards to police conversations, interrogations, discussions, different things with suspects and persons of interest?
If it's a taught technique, then I imagine it is used within law enforcement, but it's not a technique that I've been trained in, no.
Okay. And detective, false confessions often occur though, correct? Based on
Objection,
your,
Your Honor. 702. May we approach?
Come on up.
Detective, when you're doing interrogations, is minimization a tactic that's used?
Can you define what you mean by minimization?
Minimizing what the seriousness of the offense, or maybe just discussing different things like how he's excited about Halloween and different things. Are you trying to somewhat loosen up the atmosphere, for lack of a better term?
The discussion about Halloween was just conversation before the interview, and somewhat building rapport is prior to the start of the interview.
Okay. And implied promises, is that another tactic that could be used in interrogations?
Are you referring to in general or in this case?
In general and in this case.
I cannot and will not speak to in general what may or may not be used. I'm not a subject matter expert in interviews. I only have experience in training. In this particular case, I cannot recall making any promises and breaking them.
Okay. You did state you'll be going home.
Can you refer to what part of the video I promised the defendant that he'd be going home?
Early on in the video?
I don't recall making a promise that he would go home.
But when you were discussing Halloween and different things, it sounded like once he talks about what's going on, he'll be free to leave.
That wasn't my intention with talking about Halloween, implying that he'd be free to leave.
Okay.
We were just talking.
Certainty of guilt, is that a tactic that was used in this interrogation, Detective?
I don't know what that is, sir.
Okay, I'm not an idiot, Isaac. What happened? I mean, basically, you're saying he's pretty much guilty and that he would have to accept that narrative.
I would consider that cross-referencing things that I had seen on the phone, evidence I'd seen on the phone, and crossing that with statements he had made and how they don't make sense, and me trying to gather a statement that was consistent with the evidence that I had seen.
So basically, Detective, as the interview progressed, you wanted Isaac to confess to killing Grace.
I wanted the truth, and I said that multiple times in the interview. I wanted the truth from him.
Okay. And Isaac finished off the interview by saying, I didn't want it to happen to Grace?
I don't recall what the exact last statement was from Isaac in the interview.
Okay. Now, you took very few breaks during the entire interview, correct, Detective?
We took a total of 3 breaks during the course of approximately 2.5 hours, sir.
How long was each break?
Each break was approximately 5 to 10 minutes, I'd say.
Okay. And during the breaks, was the defendant permitted to leave the interrogation room?
Prior to starting the interview at the very beginning, the defendant was asked if he needed water or the restroom. In between each of the breaks, I don't recall if we ever asked the defendant if he needed the restroom or water. Had he ever asked for it, he would have absolutely gotten a restroom or a water break, but I don't recall him ever requesting or asking for anything.
Okay. And was the defendant alone during the breaks?
Yes.
Okay. And at no point did the defendant ask to stop the interrogation, correct?
No.
In fact, you had said that you needed a bathroom break in between, correct?
I did not say bathroom break, but after our first approximately hour's worth of interview, I said that I would like a break, and that break was mostly to prepare the consent to waive phone record. I wanted to pre-fill that out and have that ready to review with the defendant.
Okay, and you don't know if the defendant had adequately slept or was rested or had any sleep prior to the interrogation, correct?
It was approximately 3:30 p.m. when the investigation began. A reasonable person sleeps during the nighttime hours.
So let's just limit it to my question without speculating. You don't know if the defendant slept prior to the interrogation?
I did not know what his patterns were before the interrogation.
Okay. And a better question may be whether he was sleep deprived.
I don't know if he was sleep deprived before the interview, no.
I mean, people work different hours, people have different hours of sleep, it's very plausible that he had not slept in quite some time.
Objection, Your
anything-
Honor, that calls for speculation.
I'll move on, Judge.
Sustained.
Okay. Describe the interrogation room, Detective.
The interview room is, it's, I would classify it as somewhat of a smaller room. Rough dimensions, maybe approximately 8 foot by 8 foot, 12 foot by 12 foot, somewhere in that area. There is a table in the middle of it, a chair on one side, typically where the person being interviewed seats, and the person being interviewed can be a suspect, a witness, anyone. On the other side of the table is typically the case agent or whoever is conducting the interview, and then there might be an extra chair or two within that room in case, depending on the circumstance, there's other people that are going to be present during the interview. Aside from that, the interview room is pretty plain. I don't recall if there's any like art or paintings or anything hung up in there. But aside from that, the interview room is monitored and recorded with both recording and video equipment.
How many exits were there in the room, Detective?
And there's one point of entry and one point of exit.
Okay. And repeat the dimensions again, Detective?
Approximately, and I'm not in construction or anything like that, but approximately maybe somewhere between 8 feet by 8 feet or 12 feet by 12 feet. Maybe a little smaller, maybe a little bigger. I don't know for sure, sir.
Okay. And was the defendant told that the door was locked at any point?
I don't believe he was ever advised if the door was locked.
Okay. Now, can you describe your position relative to the defendant?
During the interview, sir?
Yeah.
Across from the defendant, as seen in the video?
Yes, Detective.
Yeah, I was seated across the table from the defendant.
Okay, 1 second. Okay. Did the defendant ask for food or water?
Not that I can recall. Did he ever request food or water?
Was food or water provided?
No, just the initial water break before the interview began at around 3:30 p.m.
Okay. And were you standing over the defendant at any point?
No.
Okay. You remember what the temperature was in the room, generally?
A comfortable temperature, somewhat similar to this.
Okay. Now, you suggested to Isaac that talking would help him, correct?
I don't remember the exact language I used, but something along the lines of being truthful would be best.
Okay. And again, in that situation, I understand minimizing could be a term of art and all that, minimizing the scenario and all that, but just from your basic understanding of what minimizing a situation is, you are trying to minimize the seriousness of the situation, correct?
No.
By trying to build rapport, small talk, isn't that just making him feel more comfortable and trying to minimize the seriousness of why he's there?
Making him feel more comfortable is different than minimizing the situation. Someone died that day. That's a very serious thing to me.
Okay. Detective on the side, who trained you on these interrogation, interview, conversation methods?
I've received various perspectives and trainings on interviews, both from on-the-job training, from watching other detectives train or conduct interviews. I attended a peace interview course in 2022 prior to this incident. And then at both of the basic and advanced homicide investigation courses that I attended, they cover topics of interview training.
And you stated you were in the Air Force?
No, in the United States Marine Corps.
Or the Marine Corps, excuse me. Yeah, and then thank you for your service. And in the Marine Corps,
Thank you.
you were certainly trained extensively. Were you trained in interrogation tactics or any of that?
No, I was never trained in interrogation tactics. I was a military police officer, so we received interview training in there as well.
Interview training.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Detective. Now, you told the defendant that or kind of asked him if he feels better, or if he would feel better by letting loose and telling him, or telling you essentially what you wanted to hear, correct?
No, not what I wanted to hear. I wanted the truth.
Okay. Do you know if the defendant took any medication during or prior to the interrogation, Detective?
No, I don't know about medication.
Okay. And did you inquire into any potential medical conditions that he may have?
No, not that I can recall now.
Okay, so you're not aware of any medications that he may have taken regularly, correct?
No, the only questions I asked him pertained to alcohol and drug use during the incident, or if there was any evidence of that at the scene. But I did not ask about any medication or medical diagnoses.
Okay, now you sure that the defendant actually understood your questions?
I felt like he understood my questions, yes.
Okay, but he did appear to be a little bit anxious?
Anxious and nervous, yes.
Okay. You're not trained to recognize psychological distress, are you?
Define psychological distress, and in what context?
Well, I'm asking the question, Detective. So, I mean, psychological distress is what it is. I mean, essentially, did he seem to be under any sort of mental distress, any sort of anxiousness, anything that you believe that could be problematic to getting a
Objection,
proper
Your
answer out
Honor.
of it?
One, compound, getting into outside the scope of this witness's expertise and testifying throughout the duration of his question.
I'm clarifying his question to me.
You can finish your question.
Okay.
Objections overruled.
Thank you, Judge.
Can you repeat the question? I got lost there.
Okay. So are you trained to recognize psychological distress?
No.
Okay. Did you document the defendant's emotional state at all? Yes or no, Detective?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. You didn't inquire as to the defendant's educational background or whether he had difficulty reading, did you, Detective? Yes or no?
No, not that I remember.
Okay. And you do understand that age, experience, education, background, and intelligence are relevant factors when dealing with waivers of rights and things of that sort, correct, Detective?
Yes.
Okay. Now, after the defendant made his statements, you pretty much ended the interview, correct?
Are you referring to the conclusion of the third video when we were done with the interview? Was the
I mean,
interview?
as soon as he made the statement that you wanted him to in regard to what you believed was incriminating, you pretty much ended the interview, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, may we approach?
Come on up.
Now, Detective, during the interrogation, you told Isaac, dude, I'm not dumb when you were pressuring him to change his account, correct?
Can you say the question again, sir?
You told Isaac, dude, and I'm not dumb, right?
Yes, I believe that was said by me at some point during the interview, yes.
So you're basically, that was a tactic to pressure him to change his account, correct?
No, not at all. That was me looking at the...
Yes or no? Are you saying no?
Can you rephrase the question to see if it's a yes or no question?
Well, that's what I said. I said you were pressuring him to change his account, yes or no?
No.
Okay. Mr. Apodaca stated he wanted a peaceful resolve.
He did state that.
You didn't explore what actions he took to achieve a peaceful outcome, did you, Detective? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. When you never investigated agreements that Mr. Apodaca could have made to remove Grace from danger, yes or no?
Can you rephrase the question? Or can you say the question again?
Okay. You never further investigated any attempts Mr. Apodaca made to remove Grace from danger, correct? Yes or no?
That's false.
No, you did not.
I did do, like, your phrasing of your question is confusing me. I'm disputing what you're asking.
Okay, so you're saying no.
Can you say the question again?
Okay. You did not further investigate anything that Mr. Apodaca may have done to remove Grace from danger.
Yes, I did.
Okay. But you basically formed a narrative during that interview that you wanted Mr. Apodaca to agree to, correct?
No, I did not.
Okay. You told Mr. Apodaca, it's over, Isaac. It's over. You need to own it. You were trying to obtain a confession at that point, were you not, Detective?
Your
No,
Honor, objection is to form and badgering.
Not badgering him at all. I mean, asking a
Ask
question.
the question again.
Okay. You told Mr. Apodaca, it's over, Isaac, it's over, and you need to own it. You were trying to obtain a confession, were you not, Detective?
No.
Okay. Not trying to be overly dramatic, but maybe I was. Okay. You created a narrative, again, before you started interviewing Mr. Apodaca, correct?
No, I did not.
Okay. Now, false evidence can often be presented to ascertain a narrative, correct?
You can, hypothetically.
So essentially lying can be a tactic in interrogations or interviews?
Are you asking me to speculate?
I mean, in your training and experience, Detective.
Generally speaking, anything is possible, yes.
Okay. And eventually, you basically got Isaac to agree with stuff you were just telling him, correct?
No.
You agree that Isaac was kind of a people pleaser?
I don't agree.
Your Honor.
Counsel approach.
Okay, Detective, I mean, you can answer that as a yes or no question. Your observation that Isaac come across as a people pleaser.
No,
Was he kind of trying to become your friend almost in that interview?
no,
Okay. You did tell Mr. Apodaca that things would be a lot better for you moving on if you just come out and you cooperate, correct?
yes, I did state that.
Okay. Mr. Apodaca repeatedly said, I mean, he did say he was scared and he was shooken up, correct?
I don't recall the exact verbiage he used.
Hear that? And then you didn't consider that his mental state might affect the reliability of his statements?
Can you say the question again?
You never considered whether his mental state might affect the reliability of his statements, yes or no?
No.
Okay. You acknowledged that you stated that Mr. Apodaca made a mistake. You were essentially presenting a narrative that you wanted him to agree to at that point, correct, Detective?
No, not correct.
Okay. You told Mr. Apodaca he was going to jail that night, did you?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And you had not completed your investigation before making that assertion, correct?
No, the investigation carried on for several years.
Okay. And you had not interviewed Kiara McCulley by that time, correct, when you made that statement?
No, I had not.
Okay. Now, you've been sitting through this entire trial, right? You've been observing the witnesses, testifying, everything that's going on. There's absolutely no physical evidence linking Isaac Apodaca to the killing of Grace Jennings, correct?
No.
Objection, Your Honor.
You answered the question.
The answer stands.
Thank you.
Objections overruled.
Based on your investigation and everything you've observed in trial this week and last week, and throughout your investigation, you have no evidence that Mr. Apodaca was even present in the garage when Grace Jennings was killed, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Approach.
So Detective, based on testimony in the trial so far that you've sat through, there's been no evidence presented that Mr. Apodaca was in fact present in the garage when Ms. Jennings was killed, correct? Yes or no, Detective?
Up to this point, no.
Okay. And
Can I re-clarify the question you asked before that? I feel like you misinterpreted my answer.
no, you can't.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, it's not how it works.
No worries.
Nothing personal. All right. Now, Isaac did disclose to you that he has severe pre-existing personal trauma regarding violent deaths from,
Yes, he did mention something like that.
okay. And he told you that he previously witnessed his friends, essentially brains being blown out right in front of him while sitting in a car, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And he explained that an event like that essentially left him super traumatized, correct?
Yes, he stated that.
Okay. Now you would agree that, panic attack and passing out in a police car are consistent with a severe trauma response, correct?
To clarify, generally speaking, would I agree?
Yes.
Yeah, generally speaking, that could be an indication, sure.
Okay. And that could be consistent with severe trauma instead of a consciousness of guilt, correct?
Can you say the question again?
I mean, a panic attack and passing out in a police car are consistent with a severe trauma response and not a consciousness of guilt of any sort, correct?
I would need more context to answer the question.
Okay. Basically, Detective, he could have an adverse reaction to severe trauma that can affect his ability to properly communicate with you, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, 702.
Counsel approach.
That the night before the incident, Kira was acting highly volatile and violent towards him, correct?
I don't remember the exact language that he used. No.
Okay. Now, you stated also that Kiara was bringing up past instances involving other women out of jealousy, correct?
Yes, correct. I remember that.
Okay. Isaac described Kiara actively threatening him with multiple weapons, correct?
Yes, he did.
Okay, and that would include a butterfly knife, correct?
Yes, correct.
A dagger,
Yes.
a sword.
Yes, I believe he said she was swinging around a sword.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. And yeah, and in regards to swinging a sword, he told you that Kiara swung a sword at him and actually nicked him in the arm, correct?
I don't remember if he said she nicked him in the arm. I do remember the part of him allegedly saying she was swinging around a sword.
Okay, and he told you that Kiara dragged a dagger across his face to see if he was scared, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and Isaac explicitly identified that all three of these weapons, the butterfly knife, the sword, and the dagger, belonged to Kiara, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Maybe approach real quick, Your Honor?
Come on up.
Detective Isaac also provided information about a past violent incident in 2017 involving Kiara and the victim Grace, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Okay, and Isaac told you that throughout the early morning hours, from I think it was roughly 3 a.m. to 6 a.m., Kiara was repeatedly poking something sharp into his lower back.
Yes, he did.
Okay. And he estimated that she poked him about 15 times, correct?
I don't remember the quantity.
Okay. And then he said in a kind of a very sad and upset tone of voice, he kind of stated that he had begged her to stop because it was hurting him, correct?
I don't remember the tone of voice, but I do believe he mentioned that he asked her to stop.
Okay. And he even offered, I mean, he even showed you his back during the interview because it was incredibly sore, correct?
He did show me his back, yes.
Okay. Isaac has explained that Kiara had ordered him and Grace to leave the property at approximately 8:30 a.m., correct, Detective?
Approximately, yes.
Okay. He explained that the delay in leaving was because he was packing his belongings, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And that he was trying to secure a ride from his mother, correct?
Correct.
Now, in the residence, or the detached garage, the abode, whatever you want to call it, that day, there were packed bags, correct? Suitcases or luggage, essentially bags that were packed up with clothes?
Not that I'm aware of.
That's concerning, Detective. So did you go through everything?
Objection, Your Honor. Commentary.
Restate your question.
We'll do that. You did not go through everything in that residence, correct? After the crime?
I did not process the scene, no.
Okay. Your agents did not go through everything.
That'd be a better question for them.
You're the case agent, Detective, are you not?
I am the case agent.
Okay. So you oversee what your agents do as part of their investigation, correct?
Correct, within reason.
Okay. That's why you're allowed to sit here throughout the entire trial and witness everyone's testimony, correct?
What's your question?
Question is, did your investigation, the investigation that you managed, did you go through everything in that residence?
Everything of evidentiary value, yes.
How do you know what is of evidentiary value and what is not, Detective?
Based off the information that we have at the time, we are able to obtain search warrants and collect things that we know to be evidence. We cannot collect things that we do not know are evidence and come to light later on.
Okay. Safe to say that residence is a pretty big mess, right?
Your Honor, can defense just clarify whether, when they're saying residence, do they
The
mean
detached garage.
or the garage?
The detached garage.
Can you repeat the question, sir?
It's safe to say that that detached garage was a pretty big mess, correct?
Yes, it was in a state of a mess.
Okay. At that point, when you enter a crime scene, or when you're conducting an investigation and you enter a crime scene, you don't know what is of evidentiary value and what is not of evidentiary value, correct, Detective?
No, that's not correct.
So just by walking in, you can observe, oh, that's of evidentiary value, that's not of evidentiary value. How do you know what's packed in a bag and what's not?
Well, based on the information, the facts you have at the time, you obtain your search warrant. So some things are of obvious evidentiary value. For example, the bloody sword, things like that.
Okay, so what's in plain sight, for lack of, it sounds like a term of art, but for lack of a better phrase, you are just basing your observations or what you believe is evidentiary value based on your general plain sight observations of the detached garage.
No, it's not just that. It's a multitude of things.
Okay, but shouldn't you be going through everything in that residence when you're investigating a crime scene where it appears that somebody has been stabbed to death multiple times?
Yes,
Okay, and that was not done here, correct?
that's not correct. The scene was processed and everything was gone through, to my understanding.
But you're saying you don't know about Isaac's luggage that was packed up there in the residence?
I don't know about that. I don't have first knowledge of that.
Okay. Isaac had also stated that when when Isaac returned, Kira immediately smiled and stated, "I did it," correct?
Yes, he did state that.
Okay. Now, Mr. Apodaca stated that he had used the restroom for approximately 30 seconds, possibly?
Yes, he's very specific on the time.
Okay, he may not have remembered how much time had lapsed, correct, during the pretty traumatic situation?
Can you say the question again?
You know, if you remember, actually, let me move on to the next one. You told Mr. Apodaca that you don't think that this happened in 30 seconds to 2 minutes, correct?
Correct, I did tell him that.
Okay. And you were referring to the injuries that you observed at the scene, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you've been listening again to the testimony here at trial, and you heard the testimony of the OMI, correct?
Yes, I did.
The OMI witness, and said it likely should have happened in about 2 minutes, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So was this again a tactic to try to elicit information or to trip Isaac up when you were interviewing him, as you would characterize it?
No, it
Or
was not a
interrogating,
tactic.
as I would? Okay. Basically, you told him that I don't think that it happened in 30 seconds to 2 minutes.
I did tell him that, yes.
Okay. And you didn't conduct any independent forensic analysis to determine the actual duration of the attack, correct?
But personally, myself, no.
No, okay. In fact, you did not have the blood that was discovered, or your team did not have the blood that was discovered on the door to the house tested for DNA, correct?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. You didn't, and again, there was a lot of stuff all over the place in the house and the garage, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you just basically didn't think it would be important to search everything.
No, I would not say that.
But you did not search, or your team did not search everything, correct?
Can you clarify what you mean by search everything?
Go through every bit of potential evidence that is in that detached garage or in the house.
My understanding, sir, is a search warrant was obtained to search for a specific set of items, and the entire area that was to be searched for, outlined in the search warrant, the entire area was searched for all those items of evidence, and all those items of evidence were obtained.
Okay. And Isaac had told you his mom was going to pick him up, correct?
Yes.
After he had packed his bags? Detective, Mr. Apodaca told you that some of the messages were not sent by him, but by Ms. McCulley using his account from a second phone, correct?
Yes, he did say that.
Okay. You didn't examine, or you did not extract anything from the second phone that you seized, correct?
There was no extraction report created on that phone.
Okay, but you did locate that second phone, correct?
Yes, the phone was located and extraction was attempted, but there was no data on that phone.
So you basically didn't do an extraction on that phone?
No, if you heard what I said, an extraction was done on that phone. There was no data recovered during the extraction of that
Okay,
phone.
and that is a product of the extraction report, or was a proper extraction done on that phone?
From what I was told from the individual that conducted the extraction was that there was no data on the phone because
Without
of
going into what other people are saying or whatever, you did not ascertain anything from that extraction, correct?
nothing was recovered from that extraction of that phone.
Okay. And you didn't take any steps to verify whether the messages were actually sent by Mr. Apodaca or by somebody else, correct?
Can you state the question again?
You didn't take any steps to verify whether the messages that you were investigating at that point were actually sent by Mr. Apodaca or whether it was sent by somebody else?
No, it's false. I did take steps.
Okay. But at that point, you basically confronted Isaac and said that he sent those messages, correct?
What point are you referring to?
During the interrogation or interview, towards the end of it.
Can you say the question again?
I mean, you basically, and Detective, I mean, I'm not sure if you're not properly understanding what I'm trying to ask, but I mean, I'm asking you the questions and you keep asking me questions back. I don't know if that's a tactic.
Objection, Your Honor.
Come on up.
So, Detective, during your review of you reviewed the Facebook messages, correct?
Yes, I did review the Facebook
Okay.
messages.
And you saw that Kira McCulley was trying to provoke an aggressive reaction from Mr. Apodaca, correct?
I would have to know at what point in time you're referring to during the messages.
Well, she made a statement, bring out your Hulk side, correct?
Correct. She did make that statement.
Okay. She told him, feel the anger from that night, use it on her, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And Mr. Apodaca also complains about physical distress throughout the string of messages, correct?
Again, I'd have to know exactly what messages you're referring to, what context, and at what point.
Okay. Now, let's go into the situation after the fact when Mr. Apodaca returned to the garage after using the restroom. He found the victim already deceased, Ms. Jennings, correct?
According to his statement.
Okay.
Yes.
And Mr. Apodaca went to a nearby commercial business, AP Wireless, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And he contacted his mother to ensure law enforcement was dispatched to the scene, correct?
He contacted his mother, yes.
Okay. And he voluntarily waited at AP Wireless for your officers to arrive, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And the moment you asked for access to his phone to understand what had happened, he signed a complete electronic consent waiver without hesitation, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. 1 second. And Detective, just to reiterate, Isaac had no blood on him, correct?
Correct.
Okay. He had no cuts on his hands?
Not that I can remember.
Okay. And he had no blood on his clothes, correct?
No.
Okay. And the defendant was always free to end the interview and just walk out, correct?
Not at the entire, not for the entire time of the interview, no.
But towards the beginning, he didn't have to be there. He could have just left,
That's correct.
and he stuck around,
Yes.
and he was cooperative. He answered all your questions, yes or no, Detective?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Thank you.
Redirect.
We approach.
Come on up.
Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning.
Okay. So I want to start by talking about the messages. You were asked on cross about whether or not you took steps to verify that the messages were sent by Mr. Apodaca. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so prior to receiving permission to open Isaac's phone and reviewing those messages with him, did you know what those messages were going to be?
No, I had no idea.
Okay, and when you reviewed those messages with Isaac, I'm not going to ask you to reiterate which portions it's on the video, but did he acknowledge or deny that some of the messages were him?
Yes, he acknowledged that some of the beginning messages were him, and then there was a period of time where he outlines a select series of messages were not him, that allegedly Kiara was using another phone within the garage to message herself. And then when we go back higher up in the timeline of the messages, he does state in the interview that those messages are him sending them. Furthermore, when we examined his phone in the Cellbrite report.
We'll get to the phone examination. We'll just stick with the
Sorry.
No, it's okay. We'll just stick with the interview for now. After denying that some of those messages were his, did that statement change later in your interview?
Yes, it did.
Okay, and can you explain that?
Later on in the interview, I asked him again if he sent those messages and if he meant what they said, and he agreed.
Going then after your interview with Mr. Apodaca, what if anything, did you do to cross-corroborate that Isaac Apodaca's phone was utilized to send those messages?
Yeah, so after I filed the search warrants for Facebook returns, cell phone data, and received all those reports that we have already displayed here, I did notice, especially in some of those messages that he had referenced was allegedly Kiara messaging Kiara, that the time difference between them was sometimes a second between each one. The messages were sent back and forth very quickly, which indicated to me from an investigative standpoint that it was not Kiara messaging Kiara.
And speaking of the Facebook warrant returns, you mentioned that you executed Facebook warrants for both Kiara's account and Isaac's account. Is that correct? Or for the null void account?
Correct.
Okay. And when you had the Celebrite extraction done, what were you able to observe in the Celebrite extraction as it relates to the use of the Facebook Messenger app off of Isaac's phone?
I'm sorry, it was slipping my mind for a minute, but the IP addresses for the phones indicated that the phones or the users that were using them was Kiara and Isaac.
And then referencing State's Exhibit 88 here in my hand, it's been previously admitted as the log entries for the use of the Facebook Messenger app. When you reviewed this, what did you see in this log entries of the use of the Facebook Messenger app from Isaac Apodaca's extraction?
Can I reference the document?
Sure, would that refresh your recollection?
Yes, please.
Can I approach?
Yes.
I'll ask you to review it. I'll take it back and then I will re-ask my question.
Thank you.
Did that refresh your recollection?
Yes, it did.
So having reviewed State's Exhibit 88, the log entries from the extraction of Isaac Apodaca's phone, based on the Celebrite extraction that you obtained, what did you observe as it relates to the use of the Facebook Messenger app during the relevant time period, October 28th to October 29th, on Isaac's Apodaca's cell phone?
The Facebook record indicates that he sent a series of messages throughout the night, and then it shows and is collaborated with the Celebrite report that he uses the Facebook call feature to contact his mother, and then calls his mother through the actual line to her actual line.
You were asked on cross about, there was a reference to the defendant passing out in the back of a police car. In the course of your investigation, did you determine whether Isaac Apodaca had passed out in the course of, in the back of a police car?
No, I never was told anything about that, nor do I have any knowledge of that.
When you were asked about Isaac's demeanor and mental state during his interview, and at one point, Isaac Apodaca did appear to cry. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. During your second interview, the portion where you reviewed the text messages with him, did Isaac Apodaca cry during that portion?
No, his demeanor, no.
Okay. What was his demeanor during that portion, the second portion of the interview, and the third portion?
Calm. He didn't seem to have anxiety during that portion of the interview when I was asking those questions.
Okay. At any point, did you in fact lie to Isaac Apodaca?
No.
In conducting your interview with Isaac Apodaca, what was your goal?
My goal is to find the truth, to find out what happened in that garage, and I stated that several times throughout the interview. I wanted as much information as possible, as much truthful information as possible about what happened to Miss Grace Jennings.
Did the discovery of those, what, if any, impact did the discovery of those text messages have on your investigation? Or, I'm sorry, I keep saying text messages. The Facebook Messenger messages and text messages. What, if any, impact did those have on the investigation?
Well, in the short term, in the scope of the interview, it altered Mr. Apodaca from being potentially just a witness to a suspect, resulted in us charging him that day. And it gave me some more insight when I proceeded into my investigation with Ms. Kiara McCauley.
Thank you. A moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor. We'll reserve this witness out of abundance of caution.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and take our morning break at this time. About 15 minutes, we'll reconvene at 10:30. If you'd go with the bailiff, please.
All rise.
You may step down. Our next witness.
Our next witness is going to be Kiara McCauley, Your Honor. We'd ask that she be brought up and placed at the stand outside the presence of the jury.
We'll do that. Okay.
And we just want to make sure that during any shifts of transport, that she and Isaac Apodaca are not in the same room and are not held in the back or anything together.
Right. So let him know I spoke to the corporal yesterday. We're going to have a second deputy up here. We're going to move a chair up here. The bailiff will be in the far corner. And then whoever is with Mr. Apodaca will be where they've been sitting up here.
Yes.
Okay, we'll bring Ms. McCauley in first, put her on the witness stand, and then bring Mr. Apodaca in. And yeah, don't put them in the same holding cell up here together. Let's do that in reverse order. Let's bring him back in first, and then we'll bring her in after everybody else is back in the room.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, we're in recess and off the record. Bring her up. You may be seated in the courtroom, ladies and gentlemen. We are back on the record. Who is the state's next witness?
The state calls Kiara McCauley, Your Honor.
You would face me and raise your right hand. I'm going to place you under oath. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Please have a seat. Everything we do has to be recorded, so I'm going to ask you to move a little bit closer to that microphone. You don't need to lean into it. It just needs to be in front of you to catch your voice.
Okay.
If you'd begin by stating your name for the jury and spelling your last name for us, please.
I'm Kiara McCulley, MCCULLEY.
Ms. Murphy, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am. How old are you?
I'm 23.
Okay, and can you just get a little closer to the mic?
Okay, is that better?
Yes, thank you. When is your birthday?
December 4th, 2002,
How far did you get in high school?
11th grade.
What's your mom's name?
Lanny,
Let me go to October of 2022. Where were you living on October 28th, 29th of 2022?
the garage of my mom's house, which is 5941 Jaguar Drive.
Did anyone else live in that garage with you?
It was me and Isaac.
Okay. Were there any parks or features, public spaces near that house at 5941 Jaguar Drive?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
There were a few schools, and then there's a park just about a block away.
Do you know if that park had a name or the cross streets near it?
I don't remember.
I want to talk about someone named Grace Jennings, okay? Do you or did you know somebody named Grace Jennings?
I did.
How old were you when you met Grace?
I don't remember the exact age. I just know I was in 2nd grade when I met her.
Okay. How did you meet her?
I was best friends with her little sister.
Going forward into your early teen years, what was your relationship with Grace?
We were friends for a while, and then we started dating.
Okay. How long did you date?
About 8 months, if I remember correctly.
Okay. And what do you mean when you say that you guys dated?
Like, we were in a semi-serious relationship.
Okay. And what does that mean to you?
That she was pretty much number one above me in my life. She meant everything to me at the time.
What would you do, you and Grace, during that time frame?
We would go out, we would have fun, just be kids.
Did you eventually break up?
Yes.
And without saying anything anyone said or did, how did that breakup impact you emotionally?
It was really difficult for me.
Okay.
I'm the one who ended it, but I never really let go.
After you and Grace broke up, did you eventually start dating somebody named Isaac Apodaca?
I did.
How did you meet Isaac Apodaca?
I had talked to Grace, and we were just talking about meeting up at the Santa Fe Place Mall so that I could see if she was worth bringing back into my life. And when I was there, Isaac was there with her.
Okay. And what happened?
We started talking and hanging out. We were just doing what normal kids do, you know. And then later in the night, he walked me home. And the next day we were supposed to meet up, all three of us, and Grace didn't show up. So it turned into Isaac and I's first date,
Okay. And do you remember the year that that happened?
2019.
How long did you and Isaac Apodaca date?
3.5 years.
Is Isaac Apodaca present in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you please point to him and tell me what he's wearing?
He's over here wearing a quite nice suit and a blue tie.
Your Honor, can the record reflect that this witness identified Isaac Apodaca?
She has.
Thank you. When you and Isaac were together, did you have pet names or nicknames for each other?
Yes.
Okay. What was the nickname that Isaac would use for you?
Puggle.
Puggle?
Yeah, it means baby platypus.
Okay. And what was your nickname for Isaac?
Otter.
And you stated that you lived together with Isaac?
Yes,
Where did you first live together with Isaac?
my mom's house.
And when you say the house, what do you mean?
It's the 5941 Jaguar Drive. That's the house that we were living in.
Okay.
We were in the bigger room at the front of the house.
Okay. In the main house?
Yes.
Right. And how long did you live in the main house together, you and Isaac?
It was on and off between there and other locations for most of our time together. I can't remember exactly how long. Okay. It was most of it.
Did you ever live in any other locations on the property at 5941 Jaguar?
Yes.
Okay, and what was that other location?
The garage.
Okay. Why did you move to the garage?
Isaac was telling me that my mom wasn't really that great for me, so I needed to get some space.
Okay. Can you kind of describe the general layout of the garage?
We moved things around a few times, but when you first go in, to the right of you, there's the TV and a table, and the bed is right in front of you.
Okay. What size was the bed, if you remember?
It was a queen.
A queen? Okay. I want to talk a little bit about something that happened on April 4th of 2022. Without saying anything else, do you know what I'm referring to when I say that day?
Yes, I know what you're talking about.
Okay. Briefly, what happened on April 4th of 2022?
I was having a hard time and debating things, and I told Isaac about what I was thinking about, and he had a complete breakdown and attacked me.
What do you mean he attacked you?
He started beating me up.
Okay. Did you have any injuries?
Yes, he broke my thumb and left a lot of bruises.
And when you say you were debating things, what were you debating?
Our relationship.
Did you go anywhere for medical care after that happened?
Yes.
Where'd you go?
I went to, which hospital was it? It was not St. Vincent's. What was the other one called? Sorry, it's been so long since I've been there.
It's okay. You went to the hospital?
Yeah, I went to the hospital.
All right. And did you speak to the police at all about that incident?
I did.
Okay. Did you pursue charges for it?
I did not.
All right. Why?
I didn't want to make his life harder, and I wanted him happy so he would come back.
What made you, did Isaac say anything specific about the charges or about not cooperating with the charges?
I don't really remember.
Okay. After that incident, did you get back with Isaac?
I did.
Do you remember how long from when that happened until you guys were back together?
It was about 3 weeks.
Okay. How, if at all, did your relationship change after that incident in April of 2022?
For maybe a month, it was like a honeymoon stage, but then it went straight back to the abuse that I was getting.
Okay. I want to talk about something called sex work, okay? Mm-hmm. Right. Do you know what that means?
Yes.
All right. Is there another word for sex work?
There are a lot of different terms, but yeah.
Is me referring to it as sex work a term or phrase that you're comfortable with me using to refer to what we're going to talk about? Okay. Have you ever engaged in sex work?
Yes.
And what does that mean to you?
I would have sex with different people and get money for that.
Okay. How did that come about that you started doing that?
In 2020, Isaac and I were living in an apartment with his friend, and no one was willing to get a job or pay for anything, and he suggested that I start basically prostituting myself. And I told him I needed to think about it, and then he just said, I already have a couple clients for you, just go out and do it.
And when you say he, who do you mean?
Isaac.
How was payment rendered for the sex work? Who got paid and how?
I would be handed the money at first from the client, and then I would take it to Isaac, and he would hold on to it.
Why give Isaac the money?
I'm not even sure why I gave it to him.
Okay. Do you know what Isaac would do with the money from sex work?
From getting model kits to other things that I'm not sure about, he would just spend it on whatever he wanted.
I want to talk about things Isaac would tell you, okay? And can you explain to me what, if anything, you would believe in general that Isaac would tell you that maybe you feel differently about now?
Oh, there's so many things. He had me convinced that he was an angel. Had me convinced of a lot of different things, even an organization that doesn't exist.
Okay.
And I understand why I fell into it now that I've looked at it, but I'm very disappointed in myself still.
Okay. What do you mean you believed he was an angel?
He had convinced me he was the Archangel Gabriel.
What do you mean that he convinced you that he was the Archangel Gabriel?
When I first met him, he told me that he was the angel, but at first I didn't believe him. Then he started telling me things that no one knew about me. And maybe a part of me wanted it to be real. But then when I started really believing him, I just kept asking, tell me more, and he kept feeding it.
Okay. What sorts of things would he tell you as it relates to him being the Archangel Gabriel?
He told me my darkest secret.
What do you mean by that?
It's just one thing I never told anyone, not even my mom.
And you believed that he knew that because he was an angel?
Yeah.
All right. You said that he told you he was part of an organization and you believed that?
Yeah.
All right. Do you remember what that organization was called?
He called it Ghost.
Ghost?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall when you started hearing about, from Isaac, an organization called Ghost?
It was maybe 2-3 months into the relationship. And he kept telling me that I could be a part of it and be a hero, per se. Just one thing I wanted to do was be a hero to somebody.
What was Ghost, as Isaac described it to you?
A vigilante group that took out people that, by took out, I mean kill. People who are like pedophiles, rapists, even drug addicts. And just people that were considered bad.
Did Isaac tell you how he would communicate with other members of this organization?
He never told me how he would communicate with them.
Okay. What did you believe Isaac's role in this organization called Ghost was?
He told me he was the one who started it.
And you stated that the purpose was to kill people. Did Isaac make any representations to you about what he had done in the course of his work for Ghost?
He had referenced that he had killed 40 people already, which is a high number.
Okay.
Ridiculous.
I want to talk about any sort of markings or ranking marks related to Ghost. Do you know what I'm referring to when I?
Yes.
Okay. What am I referring to when I say markings related to Ghost?
So he had given me a tattoo on my hand that it was supposed to say, this is that I'm a part of it. I ended up covering it up.
Okay.
But I just, yeah.
In October of 2022, did you have a marking on your body related to Ghost?
Yes.
Okay. And who gave that to you?
Isaac.
Why, Kiara, Ms. McCauley, why did you believe these things about Ghost that Isaac would tell you?
I'm not sure why at the time. I've been doing a lot of self-reflection. So really I just wanted somewhere to belong.
Did Isaac ever show you anything related to Ghost? And by that I mean messages with other individuals, or did he provide any physical proof to you that he was part of this organization or that the organization even existed?
The closest thing was when he got on the dark web, but that's it.
And what do you mean by that?
He got onto some, I'm not sure how, but there was this part of the internet where he was finding like very inappropriate videos that I do not ever want to see again.
Okay. I want to talk about Grace again. In October of 2022, did you have any beliefs related to Grace and something that may have happened to you?
Yes.
Right. In October of 2022, what did you believe Grace had done or helped do to you?
I believed she was a part of a rape that I'm not even certain now is real.
How did that idea that Grace had been part of a rape come about? Where did that originate?
Isaac started telling me about a video that he found that looked like me.
And what did he say was happening in the video?
He said that there was a gang rape in that video and it looked like a girl like me, but he got it taken down and he never showed it to me, but I believed him.
Well, what role would Grace have had in that video?
He said that he saw her getting money out of the deal.
When did you start believing that Grace had essentially facilitated a gang rape for you? How far into your relationship with Isaac?
That was about 6 months.
When you started to believe that Grace had facilitated this rape, how did that make you feel?
It made me angry, it made me sad, depressed, all these different emotions, very confusing emotions, all hitting me like at a point where I'm like, someone I love could have done something that bad.
What specific feelings did you have about it as towards Grace at that point?
I was extremely angry with her and I wanted her to feel the pain I felt.
I want to talk very briefly about something on Halloween in 2021, so a year prior to everything that happened with Grace. Do you know what I'm referring to when I say Halloween of 2021?
I believe so.
Okay. Briefly and generally, what happened on Halloween in 2021?
I had thrown a party and no one showed up, so I got really upset. And I called one of my clients and Isaac came along with, and then someone put something in my drink and I was raped that night.
Did you get medical care for that assault?
Yes, there was a rape kit done.
After, you said it was with a client?
Yeah,
Okay,
he was a client turned to friend almost, I thought.
Did you or Isaac get paid for that night?
I'm not certain.
After that, did you do any more sex work?
I did.
Whose idea was it for you to continue doing sex work?
It was Isaac's.
And what do you mean by that?
I kept telling him I didn't want to do it anymore, but he kept setting people up so that I could just keep getting paid.
Okay.
This would be the only thing he wanted.
Do you recall how, for lack of a better word, you would advertise for the sex work?
Yes, there was an ad on Skip the Games, which Isaac put up for me.
And what is Skip the Games?
It's a website for escorts and prostitutes, I think.
Okay.
I was never personally on the site.
Other than creating the account or the profile, did Isaac do anything else as it related to you and images being on the site?
There were some photos that he took for specific clients.
All right. In October of 2022, Kiara, prior to to the incident, at that point, what were your feelings towards Grace? How strong were they?
They were pretty strong. I just wanted her out of my life, but part of me still wanted her around. So I kept messaging her. And then I'm like, wait, what the hell am I doing? Because I felt almost hatred. It's on a thin line.
Who, if anyone, did you talk to about this hatred for Grace? Prior to October 28th?
Yeah. Well, Isaac, I've talked to him about it a lot. And then I know I talked to my friend Jeffrey and Brady, and I also talked to my friend Kiana at the time. I know I talked to a lot of people about it, but I didn't realize how serious it was.
Was there a part of you that wanted Grace dead?
A part of me.
All right, let's talk about the night before everything happened, okay? So we're going to talk about October 28th of 2022. Do you remember anything about that day?
Yes.
All right, what do you remember?
So that day, well, it was at night when everything started getting intense for me. It was, Isaac had straight up asked me, do you want to kill Grace? And I said yes, not realizing what he was about to do was bring her to the house. So I went to the park, told them to meet me there, and we'd just get it over with. By it, I mean the murder. I'd get it over with so he would stop being so pushy. And then he changed the plan completely.
Let's talk about this first part, and then we'll go on in a minute. Where were you when Isaac said, do you want to kill Grace?
I was in my room,
And what do you mean by your room?
the garage.
Garage. Okay. And after he asked, do you want to kill Grace, what did you say?
I said, duh.
Right.
That's all I said was, duh.
And what happened next?
He told me that he's going to bring her over. I said, no, that's not a good idea. You know what I feel, how I feel about this. And then he started saying, well, you could rank up and ghost and all kinds of stuff.
So you told him you did not want Grace to come over after all?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what I said.
And then you said you went to the park to get it over with?
Yeah.
What were you wearing when you went to the park?
I was wearing LARP clothing, which was like armor and a cloak.
Were you carrying anything with you?
I had my sword with me and a few knives.
Did you have any electronics with you?
My phone.
And what was your plan once you got to the park in terms of if Grace had come to the park?
If she had actually gone to the park, I would have just attacked her, was my plan. And then, well, first we were going to try and take her to the tunnel system, but try and convince her. Oh, I hate thinking about it.
Let me stop you there. What do you mean that you were going to take her to a tunnel system?
There's just a bunch of tunnels around my house.
What do you mean?
They're like drain tunnels.
Like storm drains?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And you said that, or did you actually make it to the park?
I made it to the park. They did not.
You stated that Isaac changed the plan. What changed?
He texted me saying, let's just come back to the house. We'll figure it out from there.
Did you go back to the house?
I did.
And when you walked, did you walk into the garage?
Yes.
When you walked into the garage, what did you see?
I saw Grace sitting on my bed.
Okay. How'd that make you feel?
A lot of anger all at once. And Isaac was just doing his thing.
What do you mean by that?
He was like, sitting there acting like it was nothing.
Okay. What happened next?
They started smoking weed, and I was drinking a little bit. And throughout the night, it was just my anger kept growing.
At some point in this early part of the night, not the next day, did Isaac leave?
Yes.
Okay. And how was it when it was just you and Grace in the garage?
At that point, I started feeling really bad for her because she had just gone through a breakup herself.
Okay.
That's why she needed a place to stay that night. And I did try to set my feelings aside and just be somewhat supportive. It was really hard, but I tried.
Did Isaac come back?
He did.
After Isaac came back, how did the rest of the evening go in terms of how everyone interacted?
Well, Grace started trying to sleep. I don't know if she actually ended up sleeping or not, but she was acting like she was. Isaac was at the foot of the bed, and I was in Isaac's usual spot, which is on the left side of the bed.
Okay. When you say Isaac was at the foot of the bed, what do you mean?
I mean, he was, so Grace was in my spot on the right side of the bed. I was on the left, just laying down, and Isaac was laying at the foot of the bed where, horizontally in perspective.
Okay. And when you say the right versus the left side of the bed, which side of the bed would be the side that had the refrigerator next to it? Do you recall a
That
small?
would be the left side.
The left side. And is that the side you were laying on?
Yes.
Okay. And so the side closer to the large garage door would be the right side?
Yes.
Okay. And who was laying there?
Grace.
How did it feel having Grace in your spot?
I did not like it. Very much did not like that.
Okay. So while Grace was either sleeping or maybe not sleeping, and you were all three in the bed, what were you and Isaac doing as the night went on?
We were texting and trying to figure out what to do. And he kept handing me knives and stuff too, and I just couldn't pull myself to actually do it at that time.
Kiara, were you dragging a dagger or a knife across Isaac's face at any point?
No.
Were you poking Isaac in the back with a knife or a dagger at any point?
No.
Kiara, what, if anything, were you doing with a dagger or a knife as it relates to Isaac's back that night?
Nothing. I was kicking him, but that's it.
Okay. And when you were communicating with Isaac, while you guys were both in the bed, I think you just said texting, what device or devices were you using?
I was using my phone.
Did you use any other device or devices that evening?
Just the TV.
Okay. For purposes of communication, what, if any, devices did you use?
Just my phone.
You stated that Isaac handed you a dagger or knives. Is that what you stated?
Yes.
Do you recall kind of where in the evening that started to happen?
That was after Grace had seemed to have fallen asleep. But I do remember holding the dagger above her, and he put his hand on the pommel, the back of the knife, and tried to push it, but I jerked back.
Why?
It didn't feel like it was right.
We've seen the messages between you and Isaac. Do you recall messaging back and forth?
Yes.
Okay. Did you use Isaac's phone what, if any, action did you take using Isaac's phone throughout the course of the evening?
I didn't use his phone at all.
Okay. What, if any, action did you take using a cell phone that was on the refrigerator next to the bed?
I didn't use that either. I honestly forgot that was there.
Do you recall what your Facebook username or handle was?
Froggy with 3 G's and an IE, and McCullough.
Do you recall what Isaac's Facebook username was?
I believe it was null void.
There's a portion in the night where you send probably about 100 times like a little dog or corgi or sticker or cartoon. Do you recall doing that?
Yeah, I was trying to annoy him,
Okay.
get his attention.
What, if any, conversation do you recall having about cleaning up a mess?
I remember some of it.
Okay. What mess would you be planning to clean up?
Grace's death.
Did your sword have a name?
Yes.
What was it?
Zira.
Can you spell that?
How did I spell it? I don't think I remember how I spelled it.
Okay, but it was Zira?
Yeah.
So you said that at one point you had the dagger up and Isaac was pushing on it behind your hand?
Yes.
Okay. Why not just kill her then?
I couldn't bring myself to do it at that point.
What do you recall about what Isaac was telling you throughout the night?
Could I get some water?
Yes.
Take just a second.
Thank you. He was telling me a lot of like, one that I remember him telling me is dull cuts like butter. That is something I remember him telling me because the dagger wasn't very sharp. Thank you. I appreciate it.
I'll wait. What, if any, messages do you recall as it relates to Ghost and murdering Grace from that evening?
He mentioned some place called the barn. Said, well, if you don't do it now, we'll do it there. And I don't know what exactly he was talking about.
Had you ever been to the barn with him?
No.
Did you have a butterfly knife with you that night?
Not that night, no.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
I had one at one point, but I lost it
When did you lose it?
about a week prior.
Let's talk about the sword for a moment, okay? What do you recall about the sword?
It was extremely sharp. And it was a beautiful sword. If you look at it in the view of art, that's how I like to view it. It was art.
During the night, as you and Isaac are messaging, where was the sword?
It was on the floor next to the door, just to the right of the door.
Okay. So I guess I should ask you this. When you came in from being at the park, you stated that you had some armor and the sword with you, right?
Yes.
Okay. So what did you do with the sword when you walked into the garage after being at the park?
I took it off my belt and set it down. I set it right next to me, which was right to the left of the door,
Okay.
right next to a bunch of cubbies.
Okay. And what did you do with your armor?
I just took it off and set it there.
Do you recall what you were wearing other than the armor?
It was a blue sweater and pleather pants.
Pleather, like fake leather?
Yes.
All right. So throughout the night, as you and Isaac are messaging, did the sword stay in that same spot where you had put it down when you'd come in from the park?
Yes.
Where was the dagger throughout the night?
Multiple different places. At one point, he was holding onto it. At one point, it was next to me on the floor. And then there were a couple points where it was on our hands, and we're trying to figure out what to do.
How much sleep did you get that night?
None.
Why?
At the time when I fell asleep angry, Isaac always told me that I was grumpy. He didn't like how I would act, so I wouldn't sleep when I was angry. And I was awake for a very long time.
I want to go now to the mid-morning hours, okay? Did you and Isaac make a plan referred to as Operation Fake Kickout?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you tell us about that?
I was pretending to kick Isaac out so I could get Grace to leave, because I was trying to back out.
Okay.
Like,
And do you recall the final messages Isaac sent to you before everything happened?
Not completely, but I do remember him saying that she had admitted to doing something to him.
What did you take him saying she admitted to doing something? What did you think that was referring to?
That was referring to the rape. That's what I thought it was meaning.
How'd that make you feel to hear Isaac, or to see Isaac message that Grace had admitted it to him?
I was hurt, I was angry, I had so many mixed emotions. It's like, to the point I actually cried a little bit.
Once Isaac sent you that message, or those final messages, what happened next?
We were getting up and like trying to just act like everything was normal for a moment.
Where was Grace at this point?
She was sitting next to Isaac at the foot of the bed.
Where were you?
I was standing in front of them.
When you say standing in front of him, what would have been, say, to your back?
The door, the front door.
What happened next?
Isaac handed me the sword.
Okay. What did you take that to mean?
And it's time to do it. And I had no choice.
At that point, how were you feeling emotionally?
Overwhelmed.
What happened next?
He told me he would hurt my mom if I didn't do it. Because I was standing there like, what the fuck are you trying to make me do?
Okay. Then what happened?
Then Grace started laughing at me like it was some big joke.
How'd that make you feel?
It brought all of my anger out in one spot.
What happened next?
And I closed my eyes and swung the sword.
When you made that first swing, where was Isaac?
He was right next to her, on her right.
When you swung the first time, what did Isaac do?
And he got up and he started saying, come on, finish it, finish it, finish it. And then he ended up leaving for a little bit, and I finished the job, as he would reference it. And then he came back, told me, go take a shower.
Let me stop you there.
Sorry.
While you were murdering Grace, were you saying anything to Grace that you recall?
Just say, I'm sorry. I just kept telling her, please just apologize and I'll let you go.
Where on the bed or in the room did Grace die?
She was on the bed.
You stated that Isaac then came back?
Yes.
Okay. Where were you in the garage when Isaac came back?
I was standing next to the door.
Okay. And where was the sword?
It was on the bed at the time.
What, if anything, did Isaac say when he came back?
He told me to go take a shower.
Did you?
Yes.
All right. How long do you think it took you to shower?
About 15 minutes.
When you came back, or after you left the shower, what did you do?
I got dressed, grabbed a couple towels, and started heading towards the garage. Because Isaac had told me that he was going to clean it up.
What was your plan for once you got to the garage?
I was just going to give him a hand.
When you got to the garage, what did you observe?
I saw her body on the floor, the sword on the table, and I freaked out.
Okay. What did you do?
I locked the door, ran back into the house, and the main house, and realized what had just happened.
When you were exiting the garage and headed into the main house, did you see anyone?
I heard the cops.
Was Isaac present at any point from when you, or well, let me ask this, when was the last time you saw Isaac?
When he came to tell me to take a shower.
When you went back to the garage, where was Grace?
She was on the floor.
Is that where you had left her?
She was on the bed when I left.
Do you remember any injuries to your hand? or hands?
I got a couple cuts on my hands from the sword.
Ms. McCauley, you're testifying today pursuant to a plea agreement you've accepted, is that correct?
Yes.
And what are the consequences, without saying any numbers, if you do not testify truthfully today, what is your understanding of the consequences of lying?
I could get more time.
Could you also face additional charges?
I believe so, yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Ms. McCauley, I'm approaching you with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 91, okay? I'm going to hand this to you and just ask that you review it, and if you tell me if you recognize what it is, okay? And you can look through the rest of the document if you need to.
Yeah, I recognize this.
And I'll just have you look through all of it really quickly.
Okay.
Kara, what is State's Exhibit 91?
My plea agreement.
Your plea agreement?
Yes.
And is this the plea agreement that you signed and accepted and was filed into court last January?
Yes.
And did you plead guilty to aggravated murder in the second degree?
I did.
Did you plead guilty to conspiracy to commit first-degree murder under willful and deliberate?
I did.
And in exchange for that plea, are you agreeing to fully cooperate in this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd move to admit State's Exhibit 91.
Any objection to 91?
No objection from defense.
91 is admitted without objection.
And I don't intend to publish this time. Kiara, you stated today that the injuries to your hands were from the sword. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recall doing a police interview with now Sergeant, but Detective Javier Vigil back on the day of the murder?
A little bit, yes.
How were you feeling during that interview with Detective Vigil?
I had a lot of adrenaline at the time. I was freaking out a lot, so I was having a hard time communicating clearly. Like, I was saying crazy shit because I was also kind of excited to talk to someone who wasn't Isaac.
Okay. Do you recall what you told Sergeant Vigil as it relates to how you'd gotten the injuries on your hands?
I don't remember exactly what I said.
Did you tell Sergeant Vigil that it happened from dropping a knife a day prior?
I don't think so.
Just a moment, Your Honor. Kiara, were you fully honest with Detective Vigil during your police interview?
No.
What do you mean by that?
I lied about what I thought happened. So I said I don't remember, but I remembered a lot more than I wanted to.
Why'd you lie?
I was scared.
Talking about the messages between you and Isaac, there are times that you ask him to commit the murder of Grace. Do you recall saying that?
I remember telling him to do something, anything. Whether it was kill her or get her the fuck out. Sorry. I didn't care if it was to get rid of her, just get her to leave somehow, or kill her, get it over with, just do something. Get her out of my space.
What did you think would happen for you as it relates to Ghost if you had killed Grace?
I would have ranked up and been officially a part of it. And
Can we approach her?
I would...
Ask that, Kiara, what did you think would happen as it relates to you and Ghost if and when you murdered Grace?
I believed I would rank up in Ghost and that I would get paid as well.
Is there an amount of money that you thought you would get paid?
He didn't tell me the exact amount.
You've had two other interviews. Do you recall those? Another one here at the courthouse with Detective Vigil?
Yes.
And then another one with some of Isaac's attorneys?
Yes.
And were you fully honest in those interviews?
Not fully.
What do you mean by that?
I was scared to say that. I said that Isaac had swung first, but in reality, he just handed me the sword.
So did Isaac Apodaca take any swings using the sword at Grace's body?
As far as I'm aware, no.
Should have clarified. In your presence,
In my presence, no.
moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Kiara, have you been truthful today about your role in the murder of Grace Jennings?
Yes.
Pass the witness.
Cross-examination, counsel.
Yes. Judge. Good morning, Kiara.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm okay.
Good. Okay. Kiara, you did multiple interviews in this case, as you discussed with Ms. Haley, the prosecutor, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And one was initially with Detective Javier Vigil on October 29, 2022, correct?
Yes.
The date of the incident? You had no attorney present then, correct?
Correct.
And you were charged with murder after that interview?
Yeah.
Okay. The other interview was with your attorney and the prosecutors in this case on October 1st, 2024, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. Based on your cooperation in that interview, you entered the plea agreement that Ms. Murphy showed you on February 11th, 2025, correct?
Yes.
Okay. After your plea agreement, you did a pretrial interview with your attorneys, Mr. Rule and Mr. Clark, the prosecutor, and members of Isaac's defense team, which would include myself and Mr. David Meek, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then, as part of your agreement, you entered a guilty plea,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Second-degree murder?
Yes.
Okay. And your cooperation with the prosecution is part of that plea agreement, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you understand that your testimony here today could affect whether the state actually recommends that sentence in the plea, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you have every reason to minimize your own responsibility here today, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you have every reason to maximize Isaac's responsibility, correct?
I understand that.
Yes or no?
Yes.
The more blame you place on Isaac, the better it is for you, correct, Kiara?
Objection, Your Honor.
Come on up. Closer to the microphone. We're having difficulty hearing you and getting your voice on the recording.
Okay. Is this better?
Okay, please continue, counsel.
Thank you. Now, your story has evolved or changed between the three different interviews that you did, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You became more accusatory of Isaac as time progressed, correct, Kiara?
Seeing what happened? Yes.
Okay. And in fact, in your first interview, when you didn't have attorneys and you were just meeting with Detective Vigil, you never said anything about Isaac handling a sword, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the interview, again, was done without an attorney present, correct?
That was correct.
Okay. Your second interview was done shortly before you took the plea in this case, correct?
Yes.
Okay. That interview, again, was done with your attorneys present, correct?
Yes.
Okay. How far is your mom's house from the detached garage you were staying in?
It was about 15 feet,
15?
15 feet-ish.
Okay, so maybe, no, I guess we'd speculate, but 15 feet, so it wasn't very far, right?
Yeah, it's not
You,
too far.
you could hear what was going on in her house
Not really.
sometimes? If somebody was screaming?
Yeah,
Okay.
I would
And-
think so, but
Okay. And if she was in her house, she could hear somebody screaming in your detached garage?
she usually has the TV on loud enough that she wouldn't be able to hear anything.
Okay. Now, you have stated that, you stated that you had strong feelings for Grace, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And you don't believe that Grace ever showed any real feelings back towards you?
when we were younger, she had feelings back for me, but as we grew, I don't think she had any feelings anymore.
Okay. And that was a source of discomfort for you?
A bit.
That bothered you? Okay. And Grace was cheating on you a lot?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Now, another issue, how much were you drinking that day?
I had a pint. I'm not sure exactly how much I drank.
Okay.
It was within that.
Were you drinking a little? Were you drinking a lot?
I
Drinking a few?
wasn't drinking all that much. It was just a lack of sleep that was like not helping.
Okay. Would you have drank a whole bottle and a half of Jack? Jack Daniels? Tennessee whiskey?
I honestly don't remember.
Okay. Would you have said that at some point?
I think I did.
Did you in fact say that in the interview you had with prosecutors, your attorneys, Mr. Clark and Mr. Rule, right before you took the plea agreement?
I don't remember.
Okay. But that is something you could have said?
Possibly.
Okay. Now, in your initial interview with Detective Vijo, you had stated that you only had a few sips of alcohol, correct?
I don't remember, honestly.
Would it help if I refreshed your memory?
Yes, please.
Okay. May I approach the
Yes,
witness to refresh, Your Honor?
yes.
I've seen this guy before.
Does that refresh your memory, Ms. McCulley?
Yes.
Okay. And you stated in that interview that you had a couple of sips?
Yes.
Okay. And so, safe to say that your story then changed, and you said you had a bottle and a half of Jack Daniels that day, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So is it safe to say you were pretty out of it that day?
I was.
And you didn't have any real recollection of what was going on that day, correct?
It was fuzzy, but I
No,
remember.
that's all? Yes or no? You didn't have any, don't have any real recollection of what happened that day, yes or no?
No, I remember a lot.
You remember a lot after drinking a bottle and a half of Jack Daniels?
Yes.
Stated that you stooped over Grace with a sword and asked her to apologize?
Yes.
Okay. She wouldn't and you kept stabbing her?
Yes.
Okay. You also believe you were drugged by Grace previously?
Before the incident, yes.
Okay. Move your approach, Turner.
Yes. Continue.
Over what period of time did you drink the bottle and a half of Jack that day?
I'm not sure, honestly.
Okay. Do you remember roughly how much you weighed back then?
It was about 160 at the time.
Okay. So you don't remember how long you'd been drinking for that day, correct?
Correct.
But it was that day.
It was a mix of that day and the night before.
Okay. So you're drinking into the night and into the day.
Yes.
Okay. You had stated that Grace had pulled a knife out at you because you have a big mouth and always say what you think, correct?
Not exactly, but I just said a joke and that she didn't like.
Okay. So you're not necessarily a very passive person, correct, Kiara?
I am a very passive person, actually.
Okay. But you do like to say what you think?
Not so much anymore.
Okay, but previously,
When I was younger, yes.
you would say what you think to Isaac?
To Isaac, yes. I
Okay.
trusted him.
You also stated that Grace always had a knife with her, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in your pretrial interview, you had stated that Isaac handed you the sword and started swinging at Kiara, correct?
Kiara?
Or at Grace.
He handed me the sword, and that's when I got the cuts on my hands. And then I swung.
Okay. So this is the same sword that you had ordered on Amazon, correct?
Yes.
And you wanted the sword, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, you had an infatuation towards swords, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And your mom was part of some sort of medieval sword club, correct?
It was LARPing, live action role play.
I'm sorry?
Live action role play.
Okay. And you grew up around swords, correct?
Well, not with one in the house, but she taught me how to fight with one, but we used sticks at the time.
So your mom taught you how to fight with swords.
Yeah, just for LARPing, and it's fun to LARP.
So at some point, did you kind of want to live out this fantasy of actually using a sword?
I bought it because I thought the end of the world was coming.
Okay. Now, you stated in the pretrial interview that Isaac had touched a sword and moved the sword, correct?
Yes.
And you state that was your testimony here today, that Isaac had, or your testimony here today is that Isaac handed you the sword, correct?
Yes, he handed me the sword.
Okay. Now, in the interview prior to taking the plea agreement with your attorneys and the state, you had stated something completely different, correct?
I don't remember.
Okay. You would have stated that Isaac had swung at Kiara, correct?
Used the wrong name again.
I'm
But
sorry?
yes, you used my name.
Or
instead of-
Grace, excuse me.
Yes.
I don't like it. Good. You said that Isaac had swung at Grace, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in the police interview, you didn't say that Isaac handled the sword at all, correct?
I don't recall.
In the pretrial interview, you stated that Isaac had did this while you were in the shower, correct?
Well, there was something that happened while I was in the shower. I'm not sure exactly what, because her body moved and so did the sword.
But you have no way of actually knowing this, correct?
Just that it moved because I
Okay.
saw it.
Now, you had no coaching before the interview you initially did with Detective Vio, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But you were prepped by your defense attorneys before doing the interview with the state before you took the plea agreement?
Objection, Your Honor.
Approach.
So you were prepped for the interview that you had with the state, with the prosecutors, and your defense attorneys before you took the plea agreement, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So what exactly did you want Grace to say sorry for when you were over her?
For the rape that I believed happened at the time.
Okay. Now, you didn't have to stay with Isaac Apodaca to have a place to stay, correct?
No.
Okay. You in fact stayed in your mom's detached garage, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But Isaac needed a place to stay when he was staying with you, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, you would kick him out frequently, correct?
No.
Okay. Isaac wasn't wearing a bodysuit or anything that day, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Now, you had also previously stated that you hadn't slept for 4 days prior, correct?
Correct.
Okay. How do you stay awake for 4 days?
Red Bull?
It's a lot of Red Bull.
Yeah.
Okay. Could you just have been imagining things?
No.
Okay. Now, after all of this happened, you took a shower, correct?
Yes.
You didn't call the police, did you?
No.
You didn't call 911?
No, I did not.
So if Isaac had planned any of this, I mean, he totally missed the part of not calling 911, correct?
Correct.
Because he did call 911. Correct?
That's correct.
Now, you also stated that you've been seeing Isaac everywhere, correct?
When I first got arrested, yes.
Just as a foundation.
Yeah, clarify what you mean.
Okay. Again, do you remember doing the pretrial interview in this case with myself, my investigator, your attorneys, and the state's attorneys?
Yes.
Okay. And you have stated that you've been seeing Isaac everywhere, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Even in the jail?
He was very far in my head. And I would see him in the mirror from time to time. But I believe that may also be part of my spiritual beliefs.
Okay. Even in the mirror in the jail?
Yes. Basically
in places that Isaac wouldn't be?
Yes, and I knew it wasn't him.
Okay.
I knew he wasn't there.
Okay. Just answer what I asked you, okay, Kara?
Sorry.
Okay. Now, this has been going on for a very long time, correct?
It stopped.
Okay, but previously it was going on for a very long time, correct?
It happened for about 2 months.
Okay. And you were seeing Grace as well, correct?
Her ghost.
Okay. Now, you also love weaponry, correct?
I think it's beautiful art.
Okay. And you said that the sword was beautiful in direct examination, correct?
Yes.
And you brought the sword with you, correct, that day?
Can you clarify?
You brought the sword with you to the detached garage when Grace was there?
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't want Grace in your house, correct?
Correct.
So anything Isaac could have done could have been a figment of your imagination, correct?
No.
Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
You wanted the sharpest thing to hurt her that day, correct? Grace?
I just wanted to get it over with.
You really wanted to hurt her?
I just wanted to hear her say I'm sorry.
Okay, and you did hurt her, correct?
Trying to get it out of her, yes.
And you had wanted to kill Grace in the tunnel initially and leave the body there so it wouldn't be discovered as quickly, correct?
Yes, that was the idea.
Now, you have previously catfished Grace, correct?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what catfishing means?
Just created a false account to message her and, in my case, annoy the crap out of her.
Okay. And how did you do this to Grace?
I created a fake account with a fake name, fake picture, and tried to get under her skin.
So you were trying to coerce her?
I was trying to annoy her,
No.
bug her, upset her.
You were being vindictive?
Yeah, yeah.
You've also, back to the stuff about the, what you've been seeing or observing or feeling in the jail, you would feel you say that you would feel Isaac's energy in the jail, correct?
I don't see how that counts. Can you explain what you mean?
It's my question, Kiara. So all I'm asking you is, you have stated that you would feel Isaac's energy in the jail, correct?
Well, he was there in the jail as well, so yes.
Maybe your approach, Rana?
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we're going to go ahead and take our lunch recess. We've got more with this witness on the stand, so we'll continue with Ms. McCauley on the stand when we come back for lunch. Same instructions, don't have any conversations with anyone, don't seek out any information, leave your notes with the bailiff. It is 12 o'clock. If you would be back at 1:15, and we'll try and get started as early as we can this afternoon.
All rise.
Okay. Ms. McCauley, you may step down. You'll be back on the stand when we come back after lunch hour. Did you bring a lunch for them?
I believe they yelled at
Okay,
us.
okay. So we'll take her out and down first. You may be seated in the courtroom, ladies and gentlemen, for just a moment. There you go, push it. Okay, council, about an hour for lunch. If you'd be back at 1:15, we'll start, before we bring the jury in, see if there's anything else on the last set of questions and response, and then we'll continue with Ms. McCauley's cross. All right, we're in recess and off the record. So, back on the record, we reconvene outside the hearing and presence of the jury with counsel and Mr. Apodaca present. A couple housekeeping things. I need jury instructions.
Your Honor, I'm just putting some finishing touches on those right now.
Okay. I need the states now. I'll need the defenses if there's any proposed additions or changes when we get there. Mr. Nair.
Yeah, we have, my office is preparing, we're preparing the Lewis instructions and the second degree involvement, but Ms. Murphy said that she has the second. She's going to oppose voluntary manslaughter. We are going to propose the voluntary manslaughter.
Okay. Well, yeah, we'll see. We'll have those arguments when we get there.
Okay.
Before we broke, we were having a bench conference. Anything else on that issue?
And no, Judge, on further discussion, co-counsel, we're just going to let it go.
Okay. Any other issues for the state before we have the jury back in the room?
Yes, Your Honor. Before the lunch break, you may have overheard my conversation with Mr. Nair. When we printed 89A yesterday, which was the Celebrite extraction report from the defendant's phone, the one that contained the actual messages and search terms, when it printed yesterday, there was a printer malfunction and it left off pages 18 through 24. These were included on the exhibit when it was published to the jury off of the disc. It is not one of the, that we then substituted it in as 89A in hard copy form because we needed to make an additional redaction that we caught. This isn't part of the redacted portion, but it is the remainder of the document as previously admitted and published to the jury. I would just ask that we be able to attach pages 18 through 24 to 89A before it gets sent back. As I said, it was part of the original document moved into evidence.
Mr. Nair?
You don't object, yeah.
Okay. So how many pages total are now in A?
89A will be 24 pages once I add these remaining 6.
Okay. Go ahead.
And Judge, this exhibit, the jury question?
Yes, we just need to hang on to it. You just give it to the,
Just to confirm for purposes of the record, the last page in the document when it was placed up here is page 17, and the remainder that I'm attaching is 18 through 24.
gonna hinge.
So I say those.
Yep, too many staplers. Anything else for the state?
Nothing from the state, Judge.
For the defense?
Not for defense, Your Honor,
We'll
thank you.
continue with Cross. Let's go ahead and bring her in. And is the jury back yet? And have you come back around and take your seat?
All rise.
May be seated in the courtroom. We continue with cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. All right. Good afternoon, Kiara. You have stated that you have a crazy side that comes out when you're drunk, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And you stated that you would call this personality Abby?
Isaac started calling her that, so I started calling her that.
Okay. And you also stated that you have several different personalities, correct? Yes or no?
I do not have several personalities. I thought I did at
Okay.
the time, but
I
I
just said yes or no, but you believed previously that you had several different personalities, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you stated that Isaac had the dagger, correct, multiple times?
Yes.
Okay. So his hands and fingers touched the dagger, according to you?
Yes.
Okay. You also stated that Isaac pushed down on the dagger with his palm, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You also stated that Isaac handed you the sword, correct?
Yes.
So Isaac picked up the sword with his hands, correct?
Yes.
So Isaac's hands and fingers were on the sword, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You testified that you saw the sword on the table, correct?
When I came back, yes.
Okay. So you didn't leave the sword on the table, correct?
No, I did not.
Grace was not moving when you left, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So someone put that sword on the table, yes or no,
Yes.
according to you? And so you believe Isaac had put that sword on the table?
Yes.
Okay. And there was only one shower in the house, correct?
Yes.
Okay. How many times did you stab Grace?
I don't remember how many times.
Several times?
Yes.
You stabbed her in the neck?
I was stabbing her everywhere.
Okay. You have previously stated that you did not stab her in the neck?
I don't remember if I stabbed her in the neck or not.
Okay. And previously, you had stated that decapitation wounds were the result of Isaac, correct?
Yes.
And today your testimony is different, correct?
How so?
You're basically saying something completely different, that Isaac just handed the sword to you, correct?
He handed it to me, but when I left and came back.
Okay, I'm just asking you, you're saying that Isaac handed you the sword.
Your Honor, can the witness be allowed to finish an answer that's responsive?
Ask your question, counsel. You can address it on redirect.
Okay. Yes or no, Isaac handed the sword to you?
Yes.
Correct, okay. And then afterwards, you saw the sword on the table, correct?
On the table when I came back.
Okay. 1 second. You had stated that Isaac had kept all the money from the sex work, correct?
Yes.
Okay. How were you able to afford the sword?
He let me get a Amazon gift card for one.
I'm sorry?
He gave me an Amazon gift card. He rarely let me keep the money, but when he did, he would let me.
Thank you, Charlie.
Redirect.
Briefly, Your Honor. Kiara, when opposing counsel was questioning you, they were asking you about your plea agreement. Do you remember some of that discussion? Okay. Does your plea agreement require you to help get a conviction for Isaac Apodaca?
No.
What is your number one job as a result of your plea agreement?
To testify honestly.
I want to clarify the alcohol that you consumed, okay? As you sit here today, how much alcohol did you consume during the night of October 28th into the 29th of 2022?
I honestly don't remember very well how much there was.
By the time that you murdered Grace in the mid-afternoon, were you sober?
I was mostly sober, yes.
Did you murder Grace Jennings on purpose?
I believed I was doing it for a reason.
Moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
And that reason or reasons you had for killing Grace that you believed in were what?
That she deserved it because she was part of the individuals that were considered bad people for Ghost. And then a little bit more of encouragement, you could say, was the rape from when I was with her.
Nothing further, Your Honor. We'll reserve this witness out of an abundance of caution.
Okay. You're being reserved, which means you may be recalled later in the trial. The attorneys will stay in touch with you to let you know if you're going to be brought back in to testify. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I need to take a quick recess of probably 5 minutes. Would ask you to go with the bailiff quickly, and then we'll bring you right back in.
All rise.
You may be seated in the courtroom. She may be transported. Who's the state's next witness?
It will be Dr. Michael Wellner, Your Honor.
Okay. If you'll have him, if he's not already here, have him come into the courtroom.
Mr. Long will retrieve him.
Okay. We'll be off the record for just a minute, and we'll bring the jury back. You may be seated in the courtroom, ladies and gentlemen. Sir, if you'll remain standing, I'm going to place you under oath. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat. Again, a reminder to everyone in the gallery to turn off your electronic devices. If you'd begin by introducing yourself to the jury by stating your name and spelling it for our record, please.
Yes. I'm turning off my electronic device. Thank you. My name is Dr. Michael Wellner, W-E-L-N-E-R.
Ms. Murphy.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a psychiatrist and forensic psychiatrist.
Let's talk about your educational background that led to you being a forensic psychiatrist. I assume you graduated high school?
Yes.
Okay. After high school, what did you do?
I went to the University of Miami in Coral Gables and was a biology and chemistry major. And from there, I went to medical school at the University of Miami in Florida and finished my medical degree in 1988.
Okay.
And from there, I went to New York City and I did a rotating internship between 88 and 89 in psychiatry, emergency medicine, and internal medicine. And then I completed a residency in psychiatry at Beth Israel Medical Center in 1992. I also completed fellowship training at the University of Pennsylvania in forensic psychiatry in 1992 as well. And then I entered practice.
What is the field of psychiatry?
Psychiatry is the study of the mind and emotions and behavior.
What's forensic psychiatry?
Forensic psychiatry is where those aspects of behavior and emotions and personality intersect with different legal questions. Sometimes they're criminal legal questions, sometimes they're in courts that are unrelated to criminal law.
Are you board certified?
I am.
In what field?
I'm board certified in psychiatry and I'm board certified in forensic psychiatry.
And how long have you been certified in those fields?
I've been certified since the early 1990s when I started my career in psychiatry. I board certified in 1996 and I recertified most recently in 2016.
After completing your fellowship, where did your professional experience proceed?
I began a practice of treating patients as a psychiatrist and a psychopharmacologist.
I'm sorry, what's a psychopharmacologist?
Psychopharmacology is the treatment of clinical conditions with psychiatric-related medications, like antidepressants, anti-anxiety medicines, antipsychotics. And I had a full-time position as what they call an attending physician, where you treat patients and you provide psychiatry services at Bellevue Hospital in New York City on the correction psychiatry unit.
And you had direct patient care responsibilities there at Bellevue?
I did.
After your time at Bellevue Hospital and the correctional psychiatry unit, what did you do?
I entered full-time practice in 1995 and have been in full-time practice since.
What's the scope of your practice over the years?
I had a treatment practice from 1995 until COVID. In COVID, when people started going remote, that's not how I was trained to treat people. And so that was when I moved into forensic practice full-time. But my treatment practice involved working with patients who had repeatedly violent behavior, people who didn't respond to other psychiatrists' care. And so I was referred patients by other psychiatrists who had particularly complex conditions. And then the other part of my practice was forensic evaluation and forensic consultation in various cases.
Sure. In terms of the variety of those cases, what types of cases have you consulted on or personally treated or participated in?
My treatment practice was very different from my forensic practice, but my forensic practice has been very much involved in a variety of criminal court cases, cases that relate in a non-criminal perspective. I guess I'll break down the criminal in a moment, but in a non-criminal context, employment-related context of people having experiences with hostile work environment, and emotional experiences and distress as a result. In securities law relating to investment, competency to invest, competency to make transactions, competency to draft a will, as well as the criminal cases. And in the criminal context, really across I would say, the life cycle of a case, from the whodunit questions of death investigation, where it's uncertain as to whether a person, how a person died. A person may have committed suicide, a person may have been murdered, a person may have died accidentally, may have died of natural causes. And so those are questions that implicate psychiatry in a matter what's typically referred to as a psychological autopsy. And then once a person is in custody, essentially why done it? Ranging a variety of why done it questions, from pretrial questions that may relate to disputed confessions, to questions of whether someone is competent to stand trial or competent to be their own attorney, to issues of criminal responsibility of a person who may be raising the insanity defense, or who may be raising other issues where they felt that they were extremely emotionally disturbed, depending on the state, when something happened, or whether if someone was really quite intellectually limited or very impaired, whether they actually had the ability to form intent. So the law defines the nature of the case, and in different states there are different laws that bring different cases up for consideration. And included among those are questions of battered women cases where there are female defendants and they raise battered women defenses. So there are various that relate to criminal responsibility questions. And then in a sentencing context, there are various aspects of a person's psychosocial history, of biological history, neurological history that may impact sentencing after a person may have been found guilty. So pre-sentencing considerations as well.
With respect to your private practice of forensic psychiatry, are you able to provide the jury with a rough estimate as to the number of murder cases that you've consulted on in your professional career?
I would say in over 30 years, I've consulted on over a few hundred murder cases at this point.
What is the forensic panel?
The forensic panel is a practice that I started in 1998 and have been chairman of since then. It's a multidisciplinary practice of psychiatry and the behavioral sciences, forensic pathology, forensic nursing, radiology, and other medical sciences that evaluates a range of cases and involving prospective, collaborative peer oversight.
Sure. What do your current practice activities consist of? What do you do?
Well, in addition to being as chairman of the forensic panel, which is really my primary activity, probably my activities involve actually working on cases, which is what brings me to here to you all today. I supervise other physicians in the course of their conducting evaluations. I conduct research, and I teach, and I write. So it depends on the month, but that's the breakdown of my practice time.
Okay. You said that you engage in research. What are you published in any areas?
I've published in a number of different areas and continue to contribute to the psychiatric and medical literature. The areas of my principal research have been, I've researched and developed a method for peer review to promote the integrity of forensic science that's applicable across forensic sciences. I've researched and optimized and published on something called the depravity standard, which is an evidence-based way for determining the most blameworthy of crimes for application in a criminal court. I've also researched disputed confessions, and published on that, have researched mass and spectacle homicide, have researched and published on drug-facilitated sex assault, have researched on cult leaders and their vectors of influence, as well as the assessment of homicide and the maturity of those young people who commit homicide, as well as fetal abduction.
Okay, wow, thank you. That is a broad range. Let's talk about a few other things. What is the New York Supreme Court's highly qualified independent psychiatrists list or panel?
The New York State Supreme Court maintains a list of individuals who it deems has the qualification to work on certain cases within the New York court system where an independent psychiatrist that has that's not brought in by a prosecutor, not brought in by defense attorneys, but a question may come up, a psychiatric legal question may come up, the court wants to be informed by it, so they maintain a list of people that they may reach out to and involve in those particular cases.
Do you have any association to the Mount Sinai School of Medicine?
Yes.
What is that?
I'm a clinical professor of psychiatry at Mount Sinai School of Medicine.
Can you explain the difference between clinical psychiatry and forensic psychiatry?
Clinical is a treatment context. So clinical is the psychiatrist that you see for a given condition, and a psychiatrist hears things and is supposed to be hearing things exactly as you would say them to be. So if you were to come to me and give me a variety of symptoms relating to anxiety, I would take what you have to say at face value because you're coming to a psychiatrist to get well. In the forensic context, and so you operate under the presumption of trust, you know, and everything you're hearing is everything as it is. And the forensic role, you operate under the presumption of caution because someone's a litigant, they're involved in a case. And so they're hearing things the way they want you to hear them because you may one day be in court and be asked to give testimony. So by virtue of that, you're relying upon evidence and you're relying upon other sources that can give you a sense of confidence that what you're hearing is exactly as it is. And those kinds of responsibilities and challenges don't exist in the clinical world. It's much more linear. I don't feel well, just as it is when you see any doctor. I don't feel well, I'm coming to you to get me well, please get me well, end of story.
So when you're operating in the forensic psychiatric realm, what types, just kind of broad categories of corroborative evidence might you review or rely on?
Well, it depends on the question that's being asked. So if it's a question of competency, if there's a question of competency to stand trial, well, we're in mid-July. And so I would rely upon information that would inform someone's mental state in the middle of July. A person may have a history of psychiatric problems or may not have a history of psychiatric problems. They may have changed. There may be certain circumstances that impact that individual's competency. So I would be looking at a range of objective information, sometimes subjective, but objective information, whatever one can gather, either from documents or sources who are witnesses, who've observed things, that can help to converge all of that data, give me some sense of confidence that I have the ability to address those particular questions. Can a person maintain his behavior in court? Does he have a sense of reality? Can he conduct his emotions properly? Are his thoughts organized? Is he rational right in the here and now to participate in this court proceeding? But that may be totally different from the nature of the demands that I might have in a disputed confession case, in which case I would be focusing on.
And let me just stop you for a
sorry.
moment. It's okay, Dr. Wilder. Let me just stop you for a moment and ask more specifically, in cases where you may be asked to answer questions related to interpersonal relationships, or in a murder case, or a case that is in a criminal trial that you may be consulting on, just what broad categories generally would you rely on for evidence for your review?
Well, in those kinds of questions, you really want to know, the best way to boil them down is to appreciate them as what was the person's mental state at the time of the offense. So you're looking at that moment in time, or right before it and right afterward. So any kind of documentary evidence, any evidence of the person's function, any evidence of the person's communication, how they were relating and what they were saying, the kind of data that one can extract from a smartphone or one can extract from a phone, or sometimes digital evidence that shows a person's movements or transactions or decision-making or communications. So anything that informs a person's function and a person's decisions around the time of the offense, and how that may answer the psychiatric questions in particular that are posed.
Okay, thank you. You've obviously been called during the state's case. Do you exclusively consult with prosecution, or have you consulted with defense in cases as well?
I consult to both prosecution and defense.
Okay. Have you ever testified as a witness on behalf of the defense in cases?
I have testified as a witness on behalf of the defense.
Have you ever consulted on cases involving a perpetrator or alleged perpetrators who are intimate partners themselves?
I have.
How many times have you testified as an expert witness?
Well, I probably testify about twice a year. Most of the cases that I consult on never get to court. And I believe this is the only case that I've testified on this entire year. So you multiply that by 30 odd. I think earlier in my career, I probably testified a little bit more frequently. So I would say probably in the neighborhood of 100 times at this point.
Have you ever been qualified in the realm of psychiatry?
I have.
Have you ever been qualified in the realm of forensic psychiatry?
I have.
Have you ever not been qualified when tendered as an expert in psychiatry or forensic psychiatry?
I have not.
In the course of your professional activities, have you ever consulted on cases where allegations of domestic violence were included in the history?
Yes.
Okay. Have you followed, or do you maintain or stay up on the research that has surfaced regarding interpersonal violence and its relation to complex crimes?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd tender Dr. Wellner as an expert in psychiatry and forensic psychiatry.
Any objection?
No further objection, Judge.
Dr. Weinler is admitted in those two areas and allowed to express his opinion in those limited areas. Ms. Murphy.
Thank you. Let's turn to this case. Very generally, what general questions have you consulted on to try and answer in this case?
I was asked to offer an opinion on the dynamics between Kira McCulley and Isaac Apodaca. I was asked to offer input about the forensic behavioral science constructs and areas of study that were illustrated in the records of their relationship. And I was asked to offer an opinion about the qualities that are documented about Kira and Isaac that would have expressed themselves in this event that we're here about today.
In consulting on this case, I won't ask you to bullet point each individual document, but what categories of evidence did you review?
I reviewed the criminal complaint. I reviewed the police investigative reports. I reviewed the 911 call of Linda Montoya, the 911 call of Isaac Apodaca. I reviewed the approximately 15 hours of Facebook messaging between Isaac Apodaca and Kira McCulley. I reviewed the body-worn camera by police officers when they encountered and interacted with Isaac Apodaca in arrest and also in the transport. I reviewed the autopsy report, the autopsy photographs, crime scene photographs. I reviewed Grace Jennings' social media data that was available. I reviewed Isaac Apodaca's Facebook information that was available. I reviewed Isaac Apodaca's criminal history.
Your Honor, let me just stop you there. And And when you say that, you mean as it relates to the charges in this case specifically, is that correct?
Well, I didn't know that it did relate, but I reviewed it because you don't know whether it relates unless you actually review the history. That's how you know whether things are or are not relevant.
So you
Your Honor, can we approach?
Come on up.
And just to clarify, when you just mentioned the words criminal history, you meant that as it related to the April 2022 incident and then this case as well?
That's correct.
All right, thank you. Did you?
I haven't finished my answer.
Yes, let me just get there. I'll ask a couple just more pointed questions. Did you review the actual phone extractions in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And did you review some recorded conversations, phone conversations?
Yes, I did.
Thank you. Are there any other categories of evidence that you reviewed that I've missed?
Yes. I reviewed the law enforcement interviews of Isaac Apodaca, of Kira McCulley, of Ms. Montoya, Ms. McCulley, Ms. Montoya with, I believe, her husband, Jimmy, Roma Resendez, the interactions with Roma Resendez and Arlo, Catherine, and I believe it was Eliana. I reviewed pretrial interviews of Kira McCulley, pretrial interviews of Ms. Montoya, and also Kira's mother, and I conducted a number of interviews of witnesses myself. Oh, I also reviewed a psychological evaluation conducted of Kira McCulley, and just remembering, and web searches that had been done by Isaac Apodaca around the time of the event.
Right. Thank you. Is it customary for you to review, or for a forensic psychiatrist to review communications of people that are made close in time to an event?
Yes, it's very important to do so.
And why, generally speaking, are those communications between two people who may be involved in an event important to you?
Well, because there are various ways to explain an event. And if you have that information, then you're able to inform what happened immediately preceding an event, and you can identify any kind of triggers, potentially, to the event. You have an opportunity to understand how people relate, especially if they were both involved, whether there was a leader, whether there was a follower, what the nature of that is. You can gain understanding about the motive of the offenders. You can get an understanding of the victim's involvement in what transpired. So that's an example of what you can inform by the communication, and you don't know what you're going to learn until you actually study it.
What, if any, general information, and just being very general and short in your response, have you obtained regarding sex work as it relates to Kiara and Isaac?
Well, that there was an extended period during which Isaac was compelling Kira into sex work. and that continued even after Kira's mother found out about it and directed her to stop and directed him to stop.
Is there any research on intimate partners where one is drawn into sex work by the other?
Yes.
Okay. And is there a professional term used for that dynamic?
Yes. It's called coercive control.
How is coercive control understood in the forensic psychiatric community in terms of sex work being facilitated by an intimate partner?
Well, the person who's compelled into sex work is dependent in the relationship to the point that they lose what we call agency, and that is they really assert their choice. So the person has essentially a loss of personal agency, and they're pulled to be responsible for the economic betterment of somebody who is otherwise able-bodied, but they're essentially supporting that individual. Within that relationship, the person doing the sex work relates to it and relates to what's going on as this is just an extension of love and intimacy. This is just something I'm doing for the relationship. And that by virtue of the dominance of the other individual, the person compelling that, and the power, and in some instances the economic situation, in other instances the secrecy of what's going on, and in other instances traumatic experiences, that's what keeps that person from leaving the situation, and it maintains the situation as it is. And it's appreciated under the broader heading of domestic violence because it involves the degree of control and the expression of it that it does.
And without going into detail, understanding well into the case, but is that history or that element of coercive control present in the case through your review of it?
I think the records and the evidence demonstrates that was present here.
And you referenced a concept of economic control. Is that a concept that you, in your opinion, have seen reflected in this case?
Sure. And if insofar as the money that Kira was earning was basically going to Isaac for his disposition and his making choices, then he essentially had economic control over the situation.
You talked about traumatic events being reflected and sometimes in the coercive control dynamic. Do you see that element present in this case, in your opinion?
Well, one instance that I know about was that she was raped in the course of doing this sex work. And that happened in October 2021.
And what concept would that lead you to consider as an element in this case?
Well, I think that it's in the context of this coercive control, it's these kinds of traumatic experiences that contribute to just the nature of the connection, the nature of the bond. So I think that it's just consistent with the other aspects of the coercive control that were present within this relationship.
And so you mentioned trauma bonding as a concept. Then, what does that refer to in the context of intimate partners, where one is inducing the other to participate in sex work?
Well, trauma bonding has a relationship to this in the sense that it involves a relationship between an abuser and a victim, and there's a power differential. One person has much more power within the relationship than the other. The distinctive features of trauma bonding that make it sort of its own entity is that within the relationship, the dominant individual uses positive experiences and negative experiences to reinforce control within the relationship. But the person who's more submissive and follows interprets all of the good experiences with gratitude, but interprets the bad experiences and the experiences that are reflective of abuse as something that she deserves. And they react to it as a matter of self-blame. And what distinguishes trauma bonding is that the submissive person internalizes the perspective of the dominant person as opposed to advocating her own.
So I'd like to turn for a second and talk about the relationship through your review of the records and things that you've heard in this case about the relationship between Kiara and Grace as it existed in October of 2022.
Yes.
Fair to say that you would categorize this as antagonistic?
Yes, hateful.
In your review of this case, did you see evidence or observe information that indicated the presence of violent fantasies in this case?
Yes.
Okay, and why is that relevant to you?
Well, this ended in a murder. And so going back to the notion of mental state at the time of offense, one of the things that I have to consider is whether this is something spontaneous that just erupted and happened unexpectedly, or whether it was something that could have been otherwise anticipated.
Did the records reflect, or the things that you've reviewed, reflect an understanding that Kiara was emotionally volatile?
Yes.
And let me ask you to define a term. What's gaslighting mean?
Gaslighting it's a term that actually gets a lot of use in popular communication, but it's actually also a clinical term that's attracted study within the behavioral sciences of domestic violence and intimate violence and intimate abuse. And what gaslighting on the clinical level refers to is the mental manipulation by a dominant person over an intimate partner in such a way that they question their sense of reality, and that they question a sense of whether something actually happened that did not, as a result of someone else's manipulation. That were it not for that individual, they would not have any reason to question how they think about things in their own sense of what's true or what's not true, and that the person is applying a gaslight to essentially instigate those kinds of feelings and ideas that a person would never otherwise have contemplated as true or wasn't considering.
Just started raining. In applying the term gaslighting to this case, can you generally speak to some elements that you may have observed that indicate the presence of a gaslighting dynamic?
Well, I think the evidence demonstrates that that Isaac Apodaca was gaslighting Kira McCulley over the idea that she had been gang raped by Grace Jennings a number of years earlier, and that over time she came to believe it or somewhat believe it, and he reinforced it by suggesting to her that he had seen videos on the dark web and that he thought resembled her, the victim resembling her, but would reinforce this idea that Grace Jennings was responsible for having orchestrated a gang rape of her some years earlier.
You reviewed the social media messages between the Null Void and the Froggy McCullough accounts. Is that correct?
I did.
Okay. And by your count, how many hours did those messages go on?
I suppose over 15 hours.
And in those communications, what did you observe Isaac Apodaca via the Null Void account do regarding Kiara and Grace?
Over the course of 15 hours, Isaac Apodaca was offering various approaches of persuasion or inducement to get Kiera to kill Grace. Persistently so, relentlessly so.
Can you give some examples to the jury, please?
I'm going in even order of sequence because she responded. She resisted, and then he would respond. Use a dull knife. It cuts like butter. She'll die instantly. I'll burn all the mess, and I'll go out and buy a new bed and new blankets. You always told me, communicating to Kiera, don't be a pussy. You have to start, and then I'll help. Just aim. Why are you holding back? I can't help you. I can only coach you. She's the one who sold you into sex trade. She made you feel horrible about the color of your skin and your beliefs. Just swing and don't regret your aim. I can get Christian to help. We can go to the barn. Nobody will hear her screaming because the walls are soundproofed. Those are some examples of persuasion. You wanted to kill her since 2020. What's holding you back? And others. These are some examples of the persuasions, but the inducements were, now that's different. I would draw a distinction between the two.
I was just about to ask, so you mentioned the persuasions. What would the inducements to commit the murder be?
Well,
I guess, first of all, what does it mean what is an inducement?
Well, what do I get out of this? Okay? What do I get out of beyond just satisfying revenge because she gang raped me and she made me feel bad and all of these things? What do you materially offer? So what he materially offered was for her to advance in this group ghost, that she'd be admitted and she would grow in ghost, that she would get extra points, that she would get perks on the dark web because this was her first murder, and that she would get a rush of adrenaline from doing it. Those are ones that I can think of.
Thank you. Was there anything notable about the way that Null Void or Isaac Apodaca's account was communicating with Kiara?
Well, he clearly knew her areas of sensitivity. You know, he knew about the relationship with Grace. He knew that she was that she believed that she had been gang raped. He knew that she had violent fantasies. He knew that she wanted to join this group ghost, and he had claimed that he had killed 40 people and that he was a vigilante and that he was killing sex traffickers and that this was her opportunity to be part of something, and knew that she wanted to be close to him and knew that she felt that she needed to be close to him, and that translated into various aspects of their relationship and her dependence, her psychological dependence otherwise. So somebody who didn't have a sensitivity to her at a deep and emotional level would not have been able to be so targeted in responding to some of her resistance, because these suggestions that he was offering were in response to her resisting or saying, I can't do this, or I give up, or I'm tired, and then he would come back and he would say something else.
You just spoke to some to evidence of resistance. Can you give, I'm not going to ask you to list everyone, but can you give some of the elements of resistance that you observed from Kiara in those messages?
Well, over 15 hours, I can't remember everyone, but again, she said, well, what about the mess? What about the mess that I'm going to, so he says, well, I'll burn the mess and I'll change the bedding and I'll buy new blankets. And so can you help? And of course he says, well, I can't help because this is a ghost thing, so I can't help. I can only coach, getting guidance about how to do it. And her saying that again, there were times that she said, "I give up. I'm tired." And at one point, she said, "I physically can't do it, and you won't do it." And she said, "Once this happens, there's no undoing it." So these are various examples of at some point she suggested, "Well, why don't you grab the knife and then try to stab me and then miss?" These are there are many more within the 15 hours, but this is an example of how she would come back and then he would respond with something and then back and forth.
Sure. What is the significance to you from a forensic psychiatric perspective of Kiara asking, "Make me angry" or "Make me mad, provoke me to be enraged"? Those sorts of statements. Why is that?
I mean, she said at some point, she said, "Remind me of what she's done to me." So if the experience with Grace was that traumatic, then she wouldn't need to be reminded, especially in the context of her being persuaded to carry out this killing. So she actually asked him that, and it also reflected that she wanted to be roused to anger to bring herself to a point that she could carry out a murder.
We see in the messages at some point that Isaac seems to suggest waking Grace up and throwing her out kind of as an alternative to killing her. Do you recall that kind of line of discussion?
I experienced it as a discussion that Isaac came up with an idea of saying, "You're throwing both of us out."
Operation Fake Kick Out. Do you remember those words?
Operation Fake Kick Out. And so this wasn't to as an alternative to the murder. This was in order to in some way create a conflict or a confrontation during which there'd be an encounter, because there was no confrontation the whole evening. There was no confrontation between Grace and Kiara before they went to sleep, notwithstanding the relationship. During the evening she was there, they talked. Kiara's recollection was that she tried to make her feel better because she found out that she had just broken up with a fiance, and then she was able to feel some sense of compassion. So this was transpiring after all of that, and so she couldn't bring herself otherwise. So then they were talking about, well, exactly how could this be orchestrated? And in this context, Isaac came up with the idea of saying, just say you're kicking us both out.
And then did Kiara seemingly start to go along with the notion of a kick out?
Isaac left, and so she followed his suggestion.
Okay. What was the final message that was you reviewed in the Facebook messages?
Isaac told Kiara that Grace had admitted to all of this traumatic activity, to having orchestrated the gang rape. Had admitted it to him.
Is that relevant to you from a forensic psychiatric standpoint?
Well, it is, because it really was the kernel of her homicidal fantasy. That the rage that she generated toward Grace, or that she was able to maintain, because they hadn't had contact for a long time. But the nature of that rage had been cultivated through this false story of a gang rape, and that was the source. So it went right to the source of what would be the hot button of her rage.
So, Dr. Wellner, based on Kiara and Isaac's personal history, the evidence you reviewed in this case, what is your ultimate opinion on how that relationship or those relationship dynamics played a role in the murder of Grace Jennings?
Well, in various respects. First of all, he was dominant and controlling. She was very dependent. He had various homicidal fantasies, was saying that he was running a vigilante gang, had killed 40 people, and making those representations that Kiera believed. She had extreme rage towards Grace that he had cultivated in her. Isaac, who's aware of the intensity of all these feelings, brings Grace over to where they live without getting her permission and just says she's coming over and puts her right there in that situation. Notwithstanding that, even though she objected to it when in the course of their correspondence, their recorded messaging, she went along with it, and they had an uneventful evening before they ostensibly all went to bed, but Isaac and Kiera continued to message one another. He had the demonstrated capacity to persuade her to do anything. He not only was able to persuade her to participate in the sex trade to the point of exposing her to risk. She was raped, but he was able to persuade her to continue even after she was raped in the sex trade. So he had the capacity to persuade her to do anything, as well as go along with his plan of him being in the home, living there, when clearly her mother objected to it. And so extreme was that emotional dependence that she had that even after the April 22 incident, and he was able to manipulate her into dropping charges because she didn't want to endanger the relationship. And he was asked to leave the home, and she allowed him to come back. And she was so intense in that level of dependence that when there was any consideration of him leaving that home, leaving the McCulley home, she told her mother, I'll go live out on the street with him. So you have those things playing themselves out, and I think that's how they converged that evening.
A moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Pass the witness.
Judge, can we approach?
Come on up.
Just a couple questions, Dr. Wellner, and I want to speak in general terms, not necessarily about the individuals involved in this case when I ask these two questions.
Okay.
In a relationship such as you've described from a theoretical point of view, coercive control and these dominant and submissive power dynamics, why does someone take the dominant stance and want to engage in these types of dominant behaviors?
Well, the way you phrase the question, I'm going to try to answer it as concisely as I can.
Okay.
But please understand, if I can't, it's because I'm just trying. All right.
Understood.
Now, that said, it's not theoretical. This stuff has been researched. So I'm not talking about theoretical construct. The notion of coercive control has been studied and researched. So you ask the question of why does the person who is a dominant individual do what they do? That's unique to the individual. So in other words, the fact that the history of Mr. Apodaca's homicidal fantasy is not something that you find in every dominant individual. So how it expresses itself is different, and it converges with the expression of the dominance. Not every individual who's involved in this kind of intimate partner relationship is going to compel their partner into sex trade. That happened here. In other instances, other things happen.
Let's stay to the general construct of individuals who have a dominant coercive control aspect. What benefit do they derive, generally speaking, not necessarily specific to Mr. Apodaca or Ms. McCauley's case? What are the general types of benefits one might derive?
The psychological benefit is the satisfaction of control over another individual and the absolute nature of that. The more control one has, then the more one feels a sense of satisfaction and comfort.
Thank you. Pass the witness, Your Honor, and I'll hand this to the court.
Cross-examination, counsel.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Nice to see you again.
Flying from Palm Beach?
I've actually I flew in from Fort Lauderdale.
Fort Lauderdale.
Yes, sir.
All right. And I'm going to ask you just some general questions. A lot of what you're testifying to is based on generalities, correct?
No, it's based on the evidence of this case and the scientific study of the constructs that I'm referring to.
Okay. But those scientific constructs are somewhat generally applied in different cases, correct?
No, they're applied based on the specificity of the evidence and whether it fits. If there's no applicability to the components of the coercive control that I discussed or the trauma bonding, then, these are very specific qualities that I'm referring to as they approximate here.
Okay. And you have been retained by the prosecution to provide analysis in this matter, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you are a licensed practicing forensics psychiatrist?
I'm a licensed psychiatrist, yes.
Okay. And one of the pillars of reliable psychiatric evaluation is direct face-to-face evaluations of the individuals in question, correct?
It's certainly a pillar for a diagnostic evaluation. If one wants to give a diagnosis, then it's a pillar to evaluate someone face-to-face.
You have never sat in a room with the defendant, Isaac Apodaca, correct?
I have not examined him.
You have not sat in a room with Kiara McCauley, correct?
I have not.
Okay. So you have never administered any sort of psychological diagnostic testing or assessments directly to Mr. Apodaca or Ms. McCauley, correct?
I have not.
Okay. Because you have never examined Mr. Apodaca, you're unable to provide a formal diagnosis regarding his mental state, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And to be clear, you can't testify with any degree of medical or psychiatric certainty regarding the specific individualized mental health or psychiatric conditions of Mr. Apodaca.
I can testify to what I've testified to, but I can't testify to a diagnosis.
Okay.
In certain instances, you can testify to a diagnosis if an evaluation is not possible and it was not possible in this case. However, the reason that I'm not testifying to diagnosis is because in addition to not having access to Mr. Apodaca or Ms. McCulley, I don't have a complete medical record of their history, and so I don't have anything to otherwise inform it.
Okay. And if I could just ask you, if I was going to ask you this in the beginning, but if you could just answer
Sure.
when it calls for a yes or no answer, if you could just answer as such. And there
I'll
may
do
be
the I'll do the best I can. Yes, sir.
If you could, that'd be great. Okay. And then, so basically, your entire perspective on this case is based on secondary documents, third-party materials provided to you, correct?
It's based on, yes, it's based on the historical evidence record.
Okay. And you basically relied on materials that were specifically curated for your review, correct?
I don't know that they were curated. I asked for the complete set of documents that would inform an understanding of the time of the offense.
Okay. Now, you've never observed Mr. Apodaca interact with anyone, correct? Other than anything involved in the file of this case?
Yeah. With respect to the file of this case, I observed what I observed, whether it be the body camera, whether it be the interviews with law enforcement. Those are things that I did watch video of. But otherwise, it's limited to that.
Okay. So you're basically offering opinions about the psychological dynamic between Mr. Apodaca and Ms. McCulley.
Correct.
Okay. But you never sat face-to-face with Ms. McCulley to get her perspective directly?
I did not. I was relying upon.
Yes or no?
I did not.
Okay, thank you. And you never got Mr. Apodaca's?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yeah.
Counsel, you may continue.
Thank you, Judge. So basically, you never got the perspective directly from Ms. McCauley or Mr. Apodaca, correct?
The only perspective that I
Yes
got.
or no, did I? Or,
I got their direct perspective in the other interviews that they conducted that were recorded.
okay. And you never heard Ms. McCauley directly sitting in a room, face to face, you never heard her describe the relationship between her and Mr. Apodaca, correct? Yes or no?
I did in the context of reading her pretrial interview and the other interviews that she did for this case. She was, they were detailed and they were transcripted.
Okay, but doctor, you never sat down in a room with Ms. McCauley or Mr. Apodaca to discuss, for example, the dismissed domestic violence case from 2022.
I did not.
Okay. You never sat face to face with Ms. McCauley, yes or no?
I did
Doctor,
not.
no, I was getting to a point. You never asked Ms. McCauley if she felt psychologically controlled by Mr. Apodaca.
I did not ask her that question.
Okay. So you are making your analysis and assumptions based on the documents that were presented to you in this case, correct?
I'm making my analysis based on the documents and based on a range of interviews that I conducted of contributing witnesses, which included people who are acquainted with Kiera McCauley and with both of them.
Okay. Now, you have stated that the dismissed April 22 incident is relevant to the dynamic between the two. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. And you stated that this prior incident shows that Mr. Apodaca had psychological control over Ms. McCauley, correct?
It contributes to.
Yes or no? Doctor?
I don't believe that that was exactly my testimony, but what it does illustrate to me, if I can restate my testimony, is that it illustrates that Kiera's dependence on him was such that after a significant assault such as it was, that she prioritized maintaining the relationship, and she also prioritized keeping him in the home.
Okay, but Doctor,
That's what my testimony was.
that incident was, that case was dismissed, yes or no? Based on your review?
Yes, the case was dismissed.
Okay, and you don't know, you have no further information in conversations with Mr. Apodaca or Ms. McCauley in regards to the circumstances of why that case was dismissed, correct?
I have an understanding from the records of why it was dismissed.
Doctor, my question was, you don't have an understanding of that directly firsthand from Mr. Apodaca or Ms. McCauley?
I did not speak to either, and I did not have access to either of them. I spoke to the people I had access to.
And you've also previously stated when we did a pretrial interview that the allegations in the April 22 case were different from the actions in this particular case. Correct, Doctor?
That's correct.
Okay. And when it was me who asked you in that interview whether it was character evidence, you didn't deny it, did you?
You'd have to show me the transcript in the context of that, because we did talk about quite a number of things.
Okay.
I'd want to see that what I actually said.
Okay. So you are basing your opinion based on maybe a prior charge that was filed and dismissed, correct?
I'm basing my opinion on her psychological dependence on various aspects of her psychological dependence, including how that case was handled, and including her not moving forward with the complaint, which is how it came to be dismissed.
But you don't have any knowledge of whether she didn't move forward with the charges or whether the charges were bogus, correct?
I have knowledge that when police called her to speak to her about it, that Isaac was in the room.
Well,
she declined to speak to them
Doctor.
without telling them that he was in the room when they called her.
Doctor, can you answer my question, yes or no? You did not speak, you did not get a first-hand account from Mr. Apodaca or Ms. McCulley about what actually happened there in that April 2022 incident?
I didn't get access to speak to either of them about it.
Okay. You stated stuff like Mr. Apodaca had invited Grace without getting permission from Kiara, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All of this information that you provided in making your assessment were, again, based on your review of documents and videos, correct?
The materials of this case, yes.
Okay. So you're claiming to know Mr. Apodaca's intent based on your review of a file without speaking to him directly?
I don't believe I've testified about his intent.
Okay.
I've testified about the dynamics between the two of them, the constructs implicated by the forensic literature, the behavioral science literature, and the qualities of each of them that related directly to this event. In terms of his motivation, I haven't offered testimony about it.
Okay. And you, one second. Dr. Wellner, based on your review of this case, there is no DNA evidence linking Mr. Apodaca to Ms. Jennings' death, is there? Yes or no?
Based on my understanding of the case, that's correct.
Okay. And there is no physical evidence that Mr. Apodaca touched Ms. Jennings, correct?
That's my understanding.
Yeah. Could you answer yes or no? It'd probably be better for the record too.
Well, you asked me, there's no evidence that he touched her, and I don't believe that that's what you're getting at. No, there's no evidence that there's no DNA, there's no physical evidence that he issued an assaultive or lethal blow.
Yes or no, doctor? There is no blood spatter, from what you understand, on Mr. Apodaca's clothing, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Yes or no? There is no forensic evidence placing Mr. Apodaca at the scene during the actual stabbing, killing, correct, doctor?
Well,
Yes or no, doctor?
that's not true.
Yes or
Because,
no?
well, the answer is no. There is forensic evidence.
Okay,
There's no physical evidence, but there's forensic evidence.
Okay. Placing him at the scene while the stabbing is occurring?
While the stabbing is occurring, no.
Okay. That's
Only
what
around the time.
Okay. Dr. Boulder, you don't actually know what Mr. Apodaca expected would happen when Grace was invited over, correct? Yes or no?
It's an interesting question.
But I asked for, I mean, can you,
No,
can you answer it
I have to think about it before I answer it, because I think only he knows what he was capable of persuading her to do, but I don't know what his objectives or anticipated outcome of that night when he invited her over. That's correct.
Yeah, okay. That answers it well. Thank you. You know, Dr. Wellner, a major part of your opinion rests on the review of possibly some text messages?
You mean the Facebook messaging?
Yeah, Facebook messages?
It certainly contributes to my opinion, and it was borne out from various aspects of what I got from the documentation and the interviews and my own interviews.
Okay. So basically what you've been reviewing is what we've been going over here this week, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
I can move on.
Yes, you can just,
Understood.
yep, move on.
Okay. Okay. Dr. Wellner, I'm now going to shift over towards interrogation tactics, coercion. In regards to interrogation, you had stated that that's an area that you have expertise in, correct?
Yes, I've published in that area and I've researched some.
Okay. And in regard to that, what you did review the interrogation in this case?
I did.
Okay. And what specific interrogation techniques did you identify as having been used during the interrogation?
I think that the detective, after giving him an opportunity to elaborate, confronted him with the Facebook messaging and the contradictions of his account.
Okay.
And that was essentially a principal technique that I observed, that he was asked to explain and to reconcile the contradictions in his account from what was showing up in the Facebook messaging.
Okay. And you are familiar with the Reed technique, correct?
I am.
Of interrogation?
Yes.
You're also familiar with the peace model?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain the Reed technique of interrogation?
Well, the
Relevance?
I'll allow it.
I mean, the Reed technique is an approach in which various techniques are employed in order to bring a suspect from denial to confession. The peace technique offers all of the qualities of the Reed technique, but does not employ confrontation.
Okay. And then are you familiar within these methods in regards to minimization tactics?
Yes.
Okay. Minimization tactics were employed, were utilized in this interrogation, correct?
I can't say that they were. Minimization refers to the diminishing the seriousness of what happened. I don't recall the detective diminishing the seriousness of Grace Jennings' murder. Minimization is diminishing the consequences of what's going to happen to somebody, and I do recall that at the beginning of the interrogation that Mr. Apodaca was told that he wasn't a suspect. And I believe that at the beginning of the interrogation he may not have been.
Okay. Okay, so without going
But
in-
I think that when everything came down and he was being actually presented with what was in the Facebook messaging, which then became accessible through the fortuitous access to his phone, then I don't think that he was told that he would not be held criminally responsible in exchange for, or that he would be treated in a diminished way, which is what legal minimization refers to.
Okay, so I'm going to go through some of the exact parts of the interrogation.
Sure.
In the beginning, where the detective discusses Halloween and what he's going to be doing for Halloween. Do you remember that part?
Sure.
Okay, that could be an implied promise tactic, correct?
Can you show it to me? Because in my own mind, I'm inclined not to agree with you, but you may be right, and I want to see what you're referring to.
Okay. Let's do this instead of having to get, if the detective were to talk about Halloween plans,
Yes.
okay, would that, early on, in the interrogation, what are your plans for Halloween? Are you going to dress up? All that. Would that be indicative of a false promise?
No, that's referred to as rapport building.
Okay.
And that's an interrogation
But
technique.
that is an interrogation tactic.
Yes.
Okay.
You build rapport with someone because if they're comfortable, they'll talk to you. You hope.
Okay.
But they're less likely to talk to you if no rapport is built.
Can you discuss maximization tactics?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain what that is?
Maximization is one amplifies the seriousness of an offense. And I can hardly imagine how the murder of Grace Jennings, such as it was, could be maximized. I mean, it was what it was.
Okay.
And I meant to say over amplification.
There's no question. Wait for the next question.
Thank you, Judge. Now, a long interrogation, would that be concerning in regards to a possible coercion?
It depends what happens during the long interrogation. It depends on the conditions of an interrogation. If a detective or police officer creates coercive conditions within an interrogation, it doesn't have to take too long. And length of interrogation can be affected by any range of factors, but it doesn't create coercion. It creates a lot of boredom, may contribute to a suspect falling asleep because they have to wait a long time.
Okay.
But no.
And generally, is lying a tactic in interrogations?
You mean when officers lie to a suspect?
Yes.
Some officers will lie during interrogation. It's not as commonly used if you look at surveys of police officers, but it's some officers will lie and see where it goes and what it elicits.
Okay. Creating a narrative of guilt that they want the suspect to adhere to?
It's not an interrogation tactic
It
because
happens in interrogations?
it may at some point that there are various theories that may get tested out, but it's not so much a tactic as it is something that happens in interrogation. In the Reed technique that you speak of, they're not taught to create narratives, they're taught to elicit input. So if it's something that a detective does or law enforcement does, if anything, it's not necessarily encouraged because it may prevent other information from coming to light. But it's not something that contributes to a coercive atmosphere. It's just a qualitative technique issue.
Okay. Psychological vulnerabilities of a subject, again, that's something that you would have to interact directly with the subject to know about, correct?
You can get a lot of historical data about someone's psychological vulnerability in an interrogation. The opportunity to examine somebody doesn't reflect on how they were at that time. as someone that you see at a point in time after they've been arrested and been in custody may be very affected in various ways and may not have had the vulnerabilities that they had at the time of interrogation. And that's also to include strengths and the ability to resist somebody's questioning. So an assessment of vulnerability, it refers to the assessment of a person's vulnerability to give a false confession to a crime that they did not commit. But it also encompasses looking at the strengths that a person has to be in an interrogation, whether they're guilty or innocent, and to parry away any efforts from a detective or an officer to get information from them.
Okay. And did you interview any of the interrogating officers?
I did not.
Okay. One second, Judge. Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Redirect.
Yes, Your Honor. Dr. Wellner, let's start where defense left off and asking about interrogation techniques and false confessions.
Yes.
Okay. What is a false confession?
A false confession is a confession that somebody makes to a crime that they could not possibly have committed. Because, for example, let's say that you confess to a murder, but that murder happened when you weren't in Santa Fe, but you were in Fort Lauderdale. Well, that would be a false confession. Or you confess to a murder.
Doctor, don't refer to specific jurors in your examples.
Okay. Let's say that someone else can confess to a murder or a sex assault, and the physical evidence of that sex assault demonstrated another person's bodily fluids inside someone. And so the nature of what was physically described could not possibly have taken place. So it's a confession to an event for which the physical evidence, and actually not just the physical evidence, but the digital evidence, and that was the testimony I gave earlier about forensic evidence, many kinds of forensic evidence, wholly makes it just impossible that the person could have participated at all.
That goes to my next question then. You did differentiate between forensic evidence and physical evidence. Can you just explain that difference?
There are many kinds of forensic evidence. There's the evidence that we rely on in behavioral sciences is human evidence. When I interview someone, it's human evidence, and I take it in. There's physical evidence from the DNA that's been referred to. There's digital evidence where there's camera, there's photography, and you can prove that someone was where they were in a particular place. There's documentary evidence, which is it is what it is, and it was created when it was created, and was said what was said. So these are various forms of evidence that converge to inform our understanding of what it is that we're supposed to evaluate.
To you, from a forensic psychiatric perspective, is the lack of physical evidence that implicates Isaac Apodaca, in other words, the fact that his DNA isn't on the sword or his fingerprints aren't on the sword, is that forensically, psychiatrically relevant to you in your assessment of the relationship between Kiara and Isaac?
No, I was asked to evaluate the dynamics between them. I was asked to evaluate the psychiatric and psychological constructs that might have relevance, and I was asked to evaluate the qualities of each and how they culminated in this event.
You were asked on cross, and then you wanted to clarify something. I just wanted to give you the opportunity to do so. You were asked about the concept of maximization in a interview of a suspect, and you said something about amplification versus over-amplification. Can you just clarify what you were talking about?
Well, I did not want to misspeak. If you, an example that I can refer to is if someone is being questioned about an alleged physically or sexually inappropriate act that exposes itself to certain charges. Maximization would be, you're going to go to prison forever, you know, you're going to get life for this, or you're going to get 50 years for this. And so you're amplifying the significance of the legal significance of the event in order to impact the suspect to think that the potential consequences are greater than they are. So you've over-amplified it. So my point is, you can't over-amplify this murder. It is what it is. It's not, you know, it doesn't have relevance to the context in which maximization is studied and applied.
Yes.
Just to be clear, you're not making any diagnoses in this case.
No.
And you had the opportunity to observe Kiara McCauley's testimony today?
I did.
And just generally speaking, did those observations factor into your opinion, the opinions you've already testified to in this case?
Yes, the information that she provided and my observations, yes.
A brief moment, Your Honor. And then just finally, in terms of the defense questioning about coercion and the source of the interview, in your review of Isaac Apodaca's interview, were coercive techniques utilized?
No.
Thank you. May we just approach on that, Your Honor?
Come on up.
Dr. Wellner, is it unusual for you to make determinations or offer opinions in a case without talking to the individuals involved?
There are many areas across the spectrum of forensic psychiatry where interviews are not done, and in certain instances, they're not even possible. And in certain instances, you're actually allowed to give a diagnosis even without an interview when you are not given access to someone, but you have a complete record. The objective is for you to make an evidence-based determination that's inclusive of all the evidence that can be made available to you. If you don't have enough information, you don't offer an opinion. But if you have enough information and it's inclusive of all the information that's possible, then there are various areas in the forensic psychiatry arena where you do.
Stop you as well. You're beyond the scope of the question. If you want to ask him the question again directly and give a direct answer without moving into other areas.
Is offering an opinion in a case where you have not personally interviewed the individuals involved something that you do regularly?
It's something that forensic psychiatrists do as a matter of commonplace practice.
Thank you. Nothing further, Your Honor. We will reserve the witness.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we'll go ahead and take our afternoon break at this time. Doctor, you're being reserved. The attorneys will stay in contact with you and let you know if you're going to be recalled, but you're free to step down as soon as the jury departs.
Okay, thank you.
All rise.
You may step down. Don't discuss your testimony with any of the other witnesses during the break. And again, the attorneys will stay in touch with you and let you know if you need to return. Counsel, 15-minute recess.
Thank you, Judge.
We're off the record. Send this in.
Hey, Jay.
It is 3:55. Let's spend a moment before we bring the jury back in and organize the rest of the day. Ms. Murphy, on behalf of the state, who's your next witness?
Your Honor, we will rest our case in chief, and we'd ask to be able to do so in front of the jury.
Okay. We need to do directed verdict motions after that. I think I'm gonna, once you rest, I'm gonna send the jury home for the evening. We'll do directed verdict motions, and then all I took, this system is not functioning. I can't bring things up. I was trying to bring up the instructions and they just wouldn't load. File and serve is also down right now, so I don't know what's going on with the Odyssey system.
I think it may be partially the courthouse internet too. I've
Yeah,
had
no,
issues all
all of
day.
it seems to be either lagging or just not working. So before I let you go, I'd like to take a first glance at the instructions, even though we're not done with the case, just to see if there's anything there that we need to work on over the evening. But I'll hear directed verdict motions first and make decisions on those motions. And then we'll use the rest of whatever we have left until about 5 o'clock to do whatever else we can get done this afternoon. What I'm thinking about is, don't know, counsel, and you don't have to make a decision yet about who you would call as witnesses, and if the defendant was going to exercise his right either to testify or to rely on his presumption of innocence. The only reason I'm thinking about it now is it would impact potentially when I have the jury come back in the morning. If we're going to be working on jury instructions early, I probably wouldn't have them come in until about 9 o'clock tomorrow. In fact, I think I'll do that anyway. And that way we'll have the jury come back at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, and then we'll continue with the cases in chief, and then any rebuttal if necessary, if any rebuttal witnesses are going to be called. But I want you to have the evening to have the conversation with your client. If you already haven't made that decision, he gets to ultimately decide. So,
Judge, we spoke to him.
What's that?
We spoke to him about that earlier, and we decided that we will not be calling.
Okay. So we'll have that colloquy on the record with him after the state has rested, and when we get to that point, because I need to have that conversation with him.
Understood.
So I'll have the jury come back at 9 tomorrow morning, and I'll have you all back here at 8 o'clock. I only have one hearing in the afternoon. That's a video hearing that should be quick at 3 o'clock. So if the jury's deliberating, or even if we're in closings, we have to stop at 3 because they're calling in from DOC. And that's, of everything that I had for tomorrow's calendar, that's the only thing that I kept on because of the, anyway. Anything else before we bring the jury back in?
No, nothing from the state judge.
Okay.
Not from defense.
Okay, let's have them come in. I'll have you rest, I'll give them instructions, and then we'll take a short recess, and then we'll come back and hear directed verdict motions.
All rise.
You may be seated in the courtroom, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, we are back on the record with our jury, counsel, and Mr. Apodaca present. We continue in the state's case in chief. Ms. Murphy.
Your Honor, at this time, the state of New Mexico rests its case.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time in the case, with the state having rested in its case in chief, there are matters I need to take up with the attorneys outside your presence, and that will take some time. So instead of keeping you back there and then maybe only bringing you in for a couple minutes before 5 o'clock, I'm just going to go ahead and release you for the day. And I'm also going to ask you to return later than you have been coming in tomorrow morning. I'm going to ask you to be here at 9 a.m., okay? So just to kind of inform you, we are at this point in time in the case where we thought we would be this time yesterday. So we are behind, and so we will extend it tomorrow, and as I asked you before, to look even into Thursday potentially, if necessary, if your deliberations would potentially take you into Thursday to make sure. I did inquire with the jury division to see if any of you had already been excused for Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, and what I was told is no one had been. So over the evening, don't seek out any information about the case. Don't speak to anyone about the case. Don't make up your mind about any of the issues. You have not heard all of the case or the instructions of law. When you return tomorrow morning, meet the bailiff again on the second floor. I want to make sure why I paused, ladies and gentlemen, is I'm thinking about the schedule of which lights they're replacing in the building. And I know they're supposed to be somewhere on the second floor tomorrow, but I don't think it's out in the public areas. I think it's in the back. So just go ahead and meet the bailiff at the end of the hall on the second floor at 9 a.m. He'll bring you back up, and then we'll bring you back into the courtroom as soon as we're ready to get started. All right then. Have a good evening, and we'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
All rise.
May be seated in the courtroom. Let's take about a 5-minute break. I need to go grab one other thing in the back, and then I'll come in here, directed verdict motions. We're off. I'll be back at 10 after, so we're off the record until then. All right, let's go back on the record. We reconvene with the state and defense and Mr. Apodaca present outside the hearing in presence of the jury. The state having rested in its case in chief, are there motions for the defense?
Yes, Judge. Defense would motion for a directed verdict at this time.
As to one or both counts?
Both counts, Your Honor.
Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you. So, Your Honor, right now we are motioning for a directed verdict, again, as to count 1, first-degree murder, willful and deliberate under the theory of accessory liability, and count 2, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. And our argument here, Judge, is, first of all, the elements in regards to first-degree murder, willful and deliberate. State is alleging here that on or about October 29th, 2022, that the defendant, Isaac Apodaca, killed Grace Jennings with a deliberate intention to take away the life of or any other human being. I'll get to deliberate intention and the case law here in New Mexico in regards to that and how it would apply to Isaac in a bit. But what I do want to just kind of go into is the physical and scientific evidence in this case that basically separates the defendant from in any way aiding or encouraging or intending anything to happen in this particular case. The murder weapon, the sword used to kill Grace Jennings, does not have any physical connection to the defendant, Mr. Apodaca, as was testified to by multiple witnesses in this case. Defendant Apodaca is completely excluded as a source of the DNA profile obtained from both the blade and the handle of the weapon. That was not the case for Ms. McCauley, but in regards to Mr. Apodaca, it's completely excluded. There was also an exclusion of latent prints. The analysis showed that the defendant, Mr. Apodaca, was excluded from anything regarding any sort of fingerprints on the weapon. Now, in regards to aiding and abetting, I mean, mere presence, mental acquiescence, or a failure to prevent a crime, or failing to prevent a crime does not establish accessory liability under New Mexico law. Basically, the state's relying on the text messages, and the crime scene kind of demonstrates that when the act occurred, Mr. Apodaca did not wield, touch, or hold the weapon. So we're basically completely basing this on messages. I know the state will argue that there's also that statement in that interrogation, the statements made after the detective tried to get him to acquiesce to what what the detective was saying. But if we look at what was actually, what actually happened here, and even for the sake of argument, if we say we're acknowledging that some of those messages could have been Mr. Apodaca's, I don't think that that's fully been established. But if we were to make that argument, even then, there's nothing here showing that anything went beyond just mere acquiescence or possible presence there. And it was also established the testimony that the timeline didn't fit, and Mr. Apodaca was not present there as far as in the detached garage at the time of the actual killing. So, Your Honor, under New Mexico law, I mean, that's kind of where I would say that accessory liability has not been established here. I know the state's been trying to make this argument that Mr. Apodaca is somehow a grand mastermind based on some message and different things. But, I mean, there was Kiana Aguilar who testified that she didn't take Kiara seriously, and it was pretty clear that nobody really expected her to actually act out on this. And there was also a lot of testimony how Mr. Apodaca was staying with his mom, with Ms. McCauley. The state's really trying to, throw everything they can at us with Dr. Wellner and say that somehow Mr. Apodaca was coerced, or Mr. Apodaca coerced and controlled Ms. McCauley. But I think the evidence here is that Ms. McCauley was in charge of this plan. She was the mastermind behind this. Mr. Apodaca was staying with her mom and Ms. McCauley, but there's nothing here that a reasonable judge or jury no reasonable judge or jury based on the evidence presented could find the defendant here guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of first-degree deliberate murder. I mean, under New Mexico law, deliberate intention refers to the specific state of mind required to support a conviction for first-degree murder. I've already established that accomplice liability is not present here. There's nothing showing that Mr. Apodaca intended for Ms. McCulley to die. There's nothing showing that he actually took anything Ms. McCulley said seriously, or that he was seriously encouraging her to do anything in regards to the messages. I mean, basically, they were highly erratic text messages, but the physical reality is that there was nothing in those there was nothing linking Mr. Apodaca to the scene. Now, in regards to willful and deliberate first-degree murder, I mean, deliberate intention refers to the specific state of mind required to support a conviction for first-degree willful, deliberate, and premeditated murder under State v. Garcia, State v. Duran, State v. Cunningham. The concept of deliberate intention required that the defendant form the intent to kill the victim prior to committing the act. Nothing has been established in regards to that. In regards, I mean, the accomplice liability and instruction says that he encouraged and intended, and there would have to be a deliberate intent. And in regards to deliberate intention, the word deliberate means arrived at or determined upon as a result of careful thought and the weighing of consideration for and against the proposed course of action. Again, that's based on State v. Duran. State v. Crawford, there was absolutely no evidence here that there was any sort of deliberate intent, that this was a result of any sort of careful thought of weighing anything. In fact, Ms. McCulley testified that she was the one stabbing Ms. Jennings, and then while she was stabbing Ms. Jennings, she said she told Ms. Jennings that if she apologized, if Ms. Jennings apologized, then she would stop. So Ms. McCulley was in complete control of that ship, Your Honor, not Mr. Apodaca. The weighing requirement also to constitute a deliberate killing of the slayer must weigh and consider the question of killing and the slayer's reasons for and against making such a choice. There's nothing here showing that Mr. Apodaca in any way was weighing this or was even serious about doing anything to Ms. McCulley. Again, Ms. McCulley was running this ship. And as far as decision-making, the time frame, be a calculated judgment and decision, there was no calculated judgment here. It was by Mr. Apodaca. It was Ms. McCulley who carefully weighed the options and ended up killing Ms. Jennings. And there could be arguments, I mean, here that I don't believe that any form of murder here applies to Mr. Apodaca, but certainly there was no deliberate intent here, and the state does not establish that in any way. So based on that, Your Honor, I believe that the first-degree murder based on a theory of accomplice liability charge should be dismissed because no reasonable judge or jury based on the testimony and evidence presented could find the defendant guilty of that in the light most favorable to the state. Now, in regards to conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, what the state is alleging is that on or about October 29, 2022, the above-named defendant did by words or acts agree together with another person to commit first-degree willful deliberate murder, and they intended to commit first-degree murder, willful and deliberate, a second-degree felony. Now, Your Honor, again, there was a rejection of the action, Your Honor. I mean, if you look at the timeline of the messages, there was, I think Ms. McCulley herself stated that she can't physically perform the act. Mr. Apodaca stated he didn't want to do anything regarding that, and there was basically no real organized framework in regard to this. And also there was evidence that established that the defendant, Mr. Apodaca, left when he was restroom, returned, found the victim deceased, and then instead of acting to conceal anything, he immediately contacted his mother, Ms. Montoya, and directly contacting emergency dispatch to report that Ms. McCauley killed someone with the sword. So if we're going to say that there's a conspiracy here where, you know, this is alleged to have happened, it was an independent action by a single individual, but it was immediately met with emergency intervention by Mr. Apodaca, who the state is alleging is a co-conspirator, Your Honor. So based on that, the state's argument basically is that Mr. Apodaca somehow conspired to commit this crime and then decided to just go turn himself in and wait for cops to arrive at the AP wireless store, Your Honor. That is not indicative of a conspiracy, and I don't believe that in the light most favorable to the state, a reasonable judge or jury could find the defendant guilty of that count as well. If I can have 1 second.
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Response for the state.
Thank you, Your Honor. Judge, so directed verdict is really only appropriate in cases that are tried to a jury. If this were a bench trial, then the court would just make a decision as to guilt or innocence. But what directed verdict does is that it requires the court to decide at the conclusion of the state's case whether the direct or circumstantial evidence admitted at trial, together with all reasonable inferences to be drawn therefrom, will sustain a finding of guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. That is taken directly from New Mexico Rules Annotated 5-607E and K. Also, State v. Baca, 2015, New Mexico Supreme Court 021 at paragraph 31. A directed verdict is appropriate if there is no legally sufficient evidentiary basis for a reasonable jury to rule in favor of the non-moving party. That's directly from State v. Garcia, 2017, Westlaw 1373443 at paragraph 3. The proper standard of review for a denial of a directed verdict motion is sufficiency of the evidence. That's out of State v. Sena, 2008, New Mexico Supreme Court 053 at paragraph 10. The test for sufficiency of the evidence is whether substantial evidence of either a direct or circumstantial nature exists to support a verdict of guilt beyond a reasonable doubt with respect to every element essential to a conviction. That's also from State v. Sena. We do not weigh, and this is, I'm quoting the case, we do not weigh evidence or substitute our judgment for that of the trial court so long as the jury was presented with such relevant evidence as a reasonable mind might accept as adequate to support its verdict. That is out of State v. Coleman, 2011, New Mexico Court of Appeals 087, paragraph 19. A reviewing court must view the evidence in the light most favorable to the state, resolving all conflicts therein and indulging all permissible inferences therefrom in favor of the verdict. That is out of State v. Graham, 2005, New Mexico Supreme Court 004 at paragraph 6. Essentially, Judge, the jury instructions for count 1, willful and deliberate first-degree homicide, is element number 1, the defendant killed Grace Jennings. Number 2, the killing was with the deliberate intention to take away the life of Grace Jennings or any other human being, and this happened in New Mexico on October 29th, 2022. Further, there is a definition of deliberate intention, but then if we move on to the instruction right after that, or proposed instruction right after that, talks about how a defendant may be found guilty of a crime even though the defendant did not do the acts constituting the crime if the state proves to your satisfaction beyond a reasonable doubt each of the following elements.
You're talking about a different instruction, 28,
2822.
or 22?
2822, correct, Judge.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry?
Go ahead.
Thank you. And those elements say the defendant intended that another person commit the crime. Number 2, another person committed the crime. And number 3, the defendant helped, encouraged, or caused the crime to be committed. If we then look at the evidence that was presented, Judge, We have testimony from the first responders about the scene of the homicide. There were numerous cuts and stab wounds to the body of Grace Jennings. There was corroborated testimony by Dr. Emily Helmrich that went into a much greater detail about the severity of those wounds. Dr. Helmrich also testified that the manner of death was homicide. She testified that a number of those injuries would have been fatal by themselves. The state also presented evidence that the homicide itself was committed by Kiara McCulley. Other evidence presented was the text messages and the Facebook Messenger text that showed the plan and preparation between Kiara McCulley and Isaac Apodaca. This premeditation, which is not actually part of our jury instruction anymore, but is still part of the statute for first-degree homicide, shows that deliberate intent with which both defendants acted under is most evident in those text messages. But also, the defense witness, Kiana Aguilar, stated that Kiara told her that she was going to kill Grace Jennings and that Isaac would be there. There were also the text messages from the defendant about simply stating, "End her joy," telling Kiara how to stick it in, what direction to cut. All of those show that premeditation because those texts are about how to commit the homicide that occurred hours before those texts talk about the actual homicide, and those texts were sent just hours before the actual homicide was committed. We also have Kiara's text asking for help, either in the form of the defendant actually committing the homicide or in making her angry enough so that she could commit the homicide. Also, Judge, we cannot forget the defendant's final adoption of those text messages in the interview with Sergeant Vigil, as well as a statement that he wanted Grace dead and wanted Kiara to kill Grace. In looking at whether the defendant helped, encouraged, or caused the homicide, those texts show the many different avenues the defendant took to encourage Kiara McCulley to commit the crime. Based on those text messages, it is very clear that the plan and preparation began actually on October 28, 2022, and was actually realized the next day on October 29, 2022. Aspects of the plan include leading Grace to the park where Kiara was waiting. The defendant actually didn't follow through with that. The Operation Fake Kickout, and the evidence from the defendant's phone telling Kiara that he would take care of the cleanup. It is also clear by those text messages that the defendant encouraged Kiara McCulley to commit the homicide. Not going through every piece of evidence submitted and presented, but in those text messages, Judge, he did tell her that she would gain access to the black market and could get paid. He also very clearly intended that the crime be committed by reading those text messages that he sent to Kiara McCulley. The defendant's statement that Grace would die instantly after telling Kiara to use the dagger against Grace, that's further evidence of his intent to kill. It is also clear by those text messages that the defendant encouraged Kiara McCulley to commit the homicide, but also, again, Judge, we do have the defendant's final adoption of those text messages to Sergeant Vigil. Finally, we also have the testimony of Dr. Michael Wellner and his explanation of what he called coercive control. And really that does a lot to, I think, not only assist the jury, but to, assist sort of everyone that has been following this case to understand how one person can actually have so much power and control over someone else to the point that they're actually willing to commit murder. Finally, Judge, looking at the conspiracy, let me just briefly go through those elements. Those three elements are going to be this, Judge. The defendant and another person by words or acts agreed together to commit murder in the first degree. The defendant and the other person intended to commit murder in the first degree, and this happened in New Mexico on or about October 29th, 2022. In looking at that, again, we have to go back to those text messages and the testimony, and the state has shown that there was an agreement to kill Grace Jennings. There was a great deal of planning to include, again, Operation Fake Kickout, and essentially this was not a spontaneous event that happened between Kiara and Grace. the defendant was also the other party involved in this. There was the plan to kill Grace, and then they followed up that plan by talking about a cleanup. It was at this cleanup portion, Judge, that actually it's evidenced by the final internet search of how to dispose of a body, which was taken directly from the defendant's phone, that it appears as if the plan completely fell apart. But just because the plan fell apart does not mean that the conspiracy did not happen. And again, Judge, please do not forget that the defendant adopted all of those statements in those text messages as his own. So in the light most favorable to the state, it is very clear that a reasonable jury could find the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of both charges, first-degree homicide by accessory and conspiracy to commit first-degree homicide. And the state respectfully asks this court to deny the defendant's motion.
Thank you, counsel. The court makes the following, actually, any brief reply?
Yeah, briefly, Judge.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, so, I mean, the how to dispose of a body was the search was after the fact. Mr. Apodaca was clearly under a lot of duress at that time. Don't know the context of what was going on, if he was being threatened or different things, but there's nothing showing that he had a willful, deliberate or premeditated intent to commit this crime before the fact, Your Honor. Wellner's testimony in regards to this directed verdict, and I think I'm going to argue with the jury as well, if it gets to the jury, should be taken with a grain of salt, Your Honor. I mean, there's nothing, the jury instructions for accomplice liability are clear, Your Honor. It's in regards to encouraging whether there was intent and encouragement. And as I've said, mere presence alone is not enough. Dr. Wellner is going into this long history of coercion and control that existed based on documents and videos that, by his own acknowledgement, did not even speak to Mr. Apodaca or Ms. McCulley. He's basing it off of some reports or consideration of sex work, as the state's trying to make it out to be, as well as a dismissed domestic violence charge, Your Honor. But there's nothing here showing that Isaac Apodaca acted in any way to encourage or intended Kiara McCulley to kill Grace Jennings on that particular day. And that's what we're here to discuss, Your Honor. And in regards to Kiana Aguilar, that Mr. Long brought up, my understanding, I don't have the exact, I mean, I know the court has the luxury of the exact transcripts, but if I remember correctly, I clarified with Ms. Aguilar that Ms. McCulley had said that she would have Isaac there, or something to that extent. So it was not like Isaac already knew what was going on. And she testified that Isaac didn't know, Isaac wasn't there, Isaac wasn't hearing any of this, but basically Kiara saying Isaac will be there. That could be because Kiara stays with Isaac, or Kiara knows that she herself can manipulate Isaac, Your Honor. So based on that, Your Honor, again, I think the first degree murder charge should be dismissed. And again, for some of the similar points, as well as the arguments that I made initially, I would argue that in the light most favorable of the state, that the conspiracy charge should also be dismissed by virtue of the fact that no reasonable judge or jury could find the defendant guilty of that crime. And as far as the bench trial thing, I have actually won a directed verdict on a bench trial actually here in Santa Fe, on a bench trial. I won directed verdict. So it can happen in a bench trial or in a jury trial, Your Honor. Thank you.
Give me just a second. All right, these are the court's findings of facts, conclusions of law, ruling, and observations. The state is prosecuting this case as first-degree murder. It cites to, and the court has before it and has reviewed our UGI instruction 14201, which is the elements instruction for first-degree murder under the law of the state of New Mexico. The standard of review at directed verdict is that all inferences and all evidence is viewed in the light most favorable to the non-moving party at this stage, meaning the state. The court does not weigh the evidence. That is the jury's realm, their decision to make. The court must decide and determine whether or not there's substantial evidence as to the elements upon which a jury could reasonably conclude beyond a reasonable doubt that the crime had been committed. So starting with 14-201, the defense has argued that there is no physical evidence that their client, Mr. Apodaca, actually committed the murder of Grace Jennings. The state has not prosecuted this under a theory that he actually delivered any of the blows, restrained her, anything like that. It is that he, as an aider and abettor, created a scenario or situation upon which the deliberate intentional murder occurred. There is evidence before this jury about we'll just start with the day before the killing as to how Grace Jennings came to be with Ms. McCulley and Mr. Apodaca. There is testimony before the jury as to the relationships between Ms. Jennings and Ms. McCulley. There is also extensive testimony and expert testimony and opinion as to the relationship between Ms. McCulley and Mr. Apodaca. These all go, and this is all substantial evidence in the court's view, of an intention to kill. The planning necessary and the sequence of events that occurred both before, during the killing, and in the time frame immediately thereafter. The state has to prove, and the court finds that there is substantial evidence that the jury could reasonably conclude that the killing of Ms. Jennings was an intentional deliberate murder. The law then requires us to look at 14-2822, which is the aiding and abetting accessory to a crime theory, and there are three elements. One, that the defendant intended that another person commit the crime. Two, another person committed the crime. And three, the defendant helped, encouraged, or caused the crime to be committed. There is testimony before this jury as to element number one, that the defendant intended that the crime be committed by another person. The extensive multiple hour text exchange between the individuals, the communications regarding the location initially at a park in close proximity to the residence, the conversation that occurred over multiple hours throughout the night into the following day with encouragement, possible alternatives, potentially an alternative plan. There is substantial evidence as to element number two, that another person committed the crime. Ms. McCulley testified that it was her intention to kill Ms. Jennings. She testified as to her reasons at the time as to why she wanted to do that. She testified that that was not a rash or an immediate thing, that that conversation had gone on for some period of time, an extended period of time before the actual date of the killing. The third element is the defendant helped, encouraged, or caused the crime to be committed. There's testimony before the jury as to how Ms. Jennings came to be with Ms. McCulley and Mr. Apodaca. There is, again, the text messages of the encouragement and conversations that they had over an extended 15-hour period of time. And there is testimony, although controverted, as to how the crime was actually committed. And by that I reference Ms. McCulley's contradictory statements at different interviews as to whether or not Mr. Apodaca actually swung the sword, or simply gave it to her as she testified to. The first two portions of that, the court finds that there is substantial evidence that the defendant helped or encouraged, and then there, to a lesser extent, that he caused the crime to be committed by his actions and his encouragement. The court then turns to 14-2810, which is the second count, count number 2. The elements for conspiracy under 2810 are the defendant and another person by words or acts agree together to commit, and in this case, the charge is first-degree murder. The court finds that there's substantial evidence before the jury with all inferences and viewed in the light most favorable to the state that they conspired to and agreed to commit the offense of first-degree murder. 2, the other person, count number 3, the second element is actually an exclusion. The other person was not a state or federal agent acting in the agent's official capacity at the time. That is not relevant to this case. There's never been testimony or any argument that either Ms. McCulley or Mr. Apodaca were state or federal agents. The second element would be the conspiracy alleged in this count must be separate, distinct, and not constitute a part of count number 1. The court finds that it is, that there is substantial evidence before the jury upon which they could reasonably conclude that there was the communications and the intent that occurred prior to Ms. Jennings being present on the 28th and the 29th, and then the conversation as testified to and the search made by Mr. Apodaca about possible disposal of the body or how to dispose of the body. And then the third element, that the defendant and the other person intended to commit the offense of first-degree murder. The court finds that there is, again, substantial evidence before the jury based upon the evidence, the text messages, the statements by Mr. Apodaca during his interview with law enforcement, and the other circumstantial evidence and expert testimony testified to that both the defendant and Ms. McCulley intended to commit the offense of first-degree murder. And then the final count, the final element of count number 2 is that this happened in the state of New Mexico on or about the 28th and 29th day of October 2022. And the court finds that there is substantial evidence before the jury upon which they could reach that conclusion. The motions for a directed verdict are denied, and the case will go forward with both count number 1 and count number 2. Is there a need for clarification of the court's findings, conclusions, or ruling? Mr. Long?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Counsel? Not for defense, Your Honor.
Okay. We've got about 15 minutes, so we're not going to get a lot done. I have a pack, unless they've been changed in between the computer problems today. My administrative assistant did print out the instructions, so I took a cursory review when I walked back at them, but I haven't read them or spell checked them or anything like that. Let's do this. Counsel, I saw Mr. Long hand you a copy, would ask that the parties meet and confer and go through and see if there are instructions that there need to be technical corrections made to. Would also expect, and I didn't see, okay, would need an instruction available, and again, you don't have to make the decision until tomorrow. It looks like it is there, instruction number 12, 5031, but you don't have to make a decision until tomorrow when we call the jury back in as to whether or not Mr. Apodaca is going to testify. But we need an instruction in the event that he exercises his right to remain silent and rely on his presumption of innocence. I was also told that the defense might be offering other lesser included offenses as to count number 1. Is that correct?
Yeah, Judge, we're considering a voluntary manslaughter instruction.
Okay, so I'll need a clean and dirty version of that instruction. Any other anticipated instructions that you wish to offer?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, again, you have the evening to think it over, and if there's any changes, just make sure you communicate that before we start tomorrow with the state and send forms of of those orders, excuse me, of those instructions to the state before we start discussing them here in the courtroom. I think we'll stop for the day. We'll be here. I'll be here at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. I'll hear arguments on the alternative forms of instruction. Before we call the jury in, I'll have you rest in front of the jury. Probably take a short recess after that, and then we'll go into instructions and closings whenever well, I'll inquire, well, I don't know at this moment. If there is testimony put on by the defense, then I'll ask if there's any rebuttal testimony from the state. And then once we finish with the proofs in total, then we'll take a recess before we finalize anything else we need to do on instructions, and then we call them back in to instruct and close. The other thing to think about and work on is if you intend to use any of the equipment as part of your closing, if you're going to use a PowerPoint or just use exhibits that have been introduced, you need to make sure you bring your laptop, whatever you're going to use, and have it here and ready to go. And actually, I'll give you a few minutes to play with the system to make sure that everything interfaces and we don't have any problems. We've had less problems over time, but when we first started, there was interface problems between certain devices and the court system. So I want to make sure you do that before we get started. Are there any other issues for the evening from the state?
No, Your Honor, we discussed, this isn't an issue, I'll just say that we'll work on it though. We discussed maybe creating some sort of evidence or exhibit log. I'll ask, Brian reads minds and already seems to have one done, so I'll work with defense on making sure that that's something that, you know.
And again, it's not necessary, it's more of an aid to the jury, it's not a piece of evidence, but the objections I've gotten in the past, if there's a description that you think somehow colors what the evidence is, other than just simply stating, you know, photographs from the garage or something simply, you know, that doesn't say anything. And if there's an objection to providing to this jury, I'll hear that tomorrow morning as well after you have a chance to look at it and look through the detail.
Sure, we'll work on this, Judge, thank you.
Any other issues for the state?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
For the defense, do you need time with your client this afternoon before we recess?
I'll have another meeting with him, Judge, and I usually just show a few jury instructions on the Almo.
Okay.
My closing, so
Yeah,
I plan on using PowerPoint.
There's a number of photographs that are still on discs. So if you're going to reference those and you're going to do it off of your hard drive, they need to match.
Yeah.
Okay. And so you'll need to make sure if you have that loaded into your hard drive, if you're going to use any of those photos or whatever they are, that they match whatever's actually in the exhibits that have been admitted.
Or what I can do is just sort through the exhibits before my closing, and I'll just have it ready to put on the Almo.
Sure. And if you need help, Angel will be here to help you with the system.
Thank you very much, Judge.
Okay, we'll be in recess and off the record. Please be here at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. The jury's not going to be here until 9, so we'll get started and go through jury instructions, at least our first take, and then after the proofs are done, we'll go back to them real quickly to see if there's any changes or modifications we need to make. We're off the record. Thank you all. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.